Hello and welcome to the Marking Out with Mark Wrestling Podcast for a very special first ever edition of the Marking Out with Mark Wrestling Podcast for a very special day, the most special day on the wrestling calendar. It is WrestleMania. It's part 2 because we had night 1 last night and we're going to talk about that. But before we talk about that, I'm going to introduce myself. As a wrestling fan, you guys have heard me on the Tough Cover podcast right here on the Painted Lines, at the Painted Lines on Twitter, and subscribe to the Painted Lines on YouTube and Twitch, wherever you're watching this. This is where you get the best content on Philly sports. And here on wrestling, on movies, on Marvel, we're all over the place now. So I'm very excited to start this podcast. You guys know I'm very passionate about sports, but I come very prepared for those sports podcasts. I take a bunch of notes. I have all of these things ready to go for my bets and for the Eagles, for the Sixers, for the Phillies. For WWE, I can come straight from the heart and straight from the brain because this is all one of my favorite things in life to watch is professional wrestling, even more than sports. Sports is like it's like a contract I signed to be a Philadelphia sports fan with these teams. WWE is my first love from when I was a child, and I never outgrew that like many do. And here I am still watching WrestleMania and starting a wrestling podcast. This is not my first ever wrestling podcast. Way back in the day, I had a podcast called The Booked Shoot with a couple guys who may be joining us today on the show. So keep in tune for that. We're very excited to start this out. So I'm going to introduce myself as a wrestling fan. I'm 24 years old, but my favorite era of wrestling is really that 1996 to about 2000 period of time where WWF, WCW, and ECW were all kicking. So I grew up not on the current product when I was a kid. I grew up going to Hollywood Video and to Blockbuster and getting the best Royal Rumbles, WrestleManias, SummerSlams, you name it, and I was in on it. WCW, ECW, and that was how I fell in love with wrestling. Then you got the wrestlers, then you got the video game, and then from about 2004 to 2006 was really when I fell in love with watching weekly and watching the pay-per-views and bugging my parents to get the pay-per-views. And then I never grew out of it. From about 2007 to 2010, I didn't follow it as much, but I always say that CM Punk brought me back, and the guy on my shirt, Daniel Bryan, along with Dolph Ziggler, kept me around. And a big thing about me is I'm not loyal to any wrestling promotion or show or anything like that. I'm loyal to the performers that I like, which is a great deal of them. I love 3 dozen performers in WWE, maybe like a dozen in AEW. So it's just dependent on where are the best wrestlers and the best promo guys in the business on TV, whether it be SmackDown, Raw, NXT, AEW, whatever that be, in the indies. It doesn't matter to me. I'll watch anything and I'll be covering anything and everything on this show. So please leave your comments in the comment section here. We got this comment. I don't know what that means. Dives said, "Who has the best intro of all time?" That's so subjective. It's usually just your favorite guy. You know, you could argue Stone Cold Steve Austin. Really, I think that's maybe the most famous one. I have a weird personal favorite, which would be Owen Hart. Was, in my opinion, the most underrated wrestler of all time, and I love his intro music, and I think he was just such a good heel. Heel means bad guy, babyface means good guy to my casual wrestling fans out there. So you'll hear me say those comments a lot throughout the show. Heel is bad guy, babyface is good guy. So I'm going to show a quick advertisement here. This is funny that you say this because wrestling I'm starting to see on some mainstream betting apps in America. Used to be you had to bet on some wacky sites or go to England. So for somewhere where you can bet anything and everything, please go check out BetRivers. I don't know if they have WWE, but you can bet almost anything else there. And I had picks today. You can go on my Twitter at @MarkHenryJr_, and you can go find my picks from today. A lot of them are still pending, including over 3.5 Phillies total runs. So you can go take those picks and you can bet them at BetRivers with our sponsors, XL Media. And for a quick word on that, hang tight because there's wrestling content coming after this commercial.
Hey, what's up, guys? March Madness is here. The NBA and NHL are both in full swing. Baseball opening day is coming up, while we here at the Painted Lines are devoted to bringing you top-notch content from all the major sports. We are excited to also now give you the opportunity to cash in on all that content and knowledge. If you follow the link below, you will have the opportunity to sign up with BetRivers, an online sportsbook, and get an instant new user deposit match of up to $250. That's free money that you can use and try to turn into more free money. Let's go. Don't sit there and waste all that money. Turn every basket into an otherwise meaningless Cavs-Timberwolves matchup on a random Wednesday in March. That makes it all the more exciting. For betting tips and advice, be sure to check out written content from our top prognosticator, Money Max, on our website at thepaintedlines.com, or check out the Tough Cover podcast right here on the Painted Lines YouTube channel. You've seen the commercials all over TV and radio, but now is the time. Sign up today with BetRivers using the link below and start cashing in on your love for sports. Using the link below will automatically inform BetRivers that TPL sent you, and you'll get that new user deposit match of up to $250. Don't miss out on this opportunity for some free money, baby.
Go check that out. Don't miss out on that opportunity. The link is in the bio of this YouTube video, so you can click it on that, or you can go check out at the Painted Lines on Twitter. You can check out at Mark Henry Jr. on Twitter, and you will find that information on those places on Twitter. And also, please go follow at Marking Out Pod. That's going to be the Twitter for this podcast going forward. Again, this is going to be a little bit of a different show than I expect the Marking Out podcast will be going forward. Because tonight we're doing a watch along. I don't think that I'm going to be doing that a lot with the live current product. Maybe for the big pay-per-views or big shows like the Rumble or WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, maybe Money in the Bank. I don't imagine I'll be doing this monthly with the current product. I actually think what this podcast will be is something where we can celebrate all eras of wrestling, whether that be the 80s and the Hogan era, whether that be the early 90s where WWE was trying to figure out what to do while WCW was kind of trying to figure out what to do, and ECW was sprouting up, whether that be the late 90s when the business was absolutely booming, whether that be the early 2000s when it was just the WWE, or whether that be the current product today with AEW coming into WWE's turf. Just so you guys know, because this bias will come up throughout the show, I am a WWE guy at heart because it has the history. So the history of that really is what appeals to me over AEW, which it's just a bunch of indie guys to me. There's a lot of guys that I do really like, but WWE is where I'm always going to be loyal to. And I'm watching the pre-show right now. We got Jerry the King Lawler. We got Booker T. We got Caleb Braxton, JBL, Peter Rosenberg, sweet Peter Rosenberg of the Cheap Heat podcast, a big wrestling podcast that I'm a big fan of. And that's another thing. I say no free ads a lot on my sports podcast about not mentioning other podcasts. In wrestling, I think wrestling's such a tight-knit community that everyone in wrestling should be listening to each other to learn from each other. So I think Cheap Heat is a fantastic podcast. I think The Lapsed Fan is a fantastic podcast. I think all of Conrad's podcasts are fantastic. I think OSW is great on the old stuff. But I think a lot of podcasts I think Wrestling with Brandon F. Walker is the best podcast at Barstool, in my opinion. I love Barstool. So I love Brandon Walker as a wrestling guy. I love Robbie Fox as a wrestling guy. I love a lot of these wrestling podcasts, and I consume more wrestling content than sports content in terms of a podcast form, and YouTube and everything like that, shoot interviews, and Jim Cornette. I love Jim Cornette. I love Kevin Nash anytime he's on shoot interviews. So I love all of these things. I think some people are either way too positive or way too negative. So I'd like to think that I'm going to be right in that middle and tell you how it is, tell you what I think, and not sugarcoat it, but also not tell you that everything sucks, even though I know some things are awesome. And I'm going to talk about WrestleMania Night 1 from Saturday night last night. And I'm going to tell you my opinions on the matches, for good or for worse. And I know one of them, or two of them or so, differ with the main consensus. And that's the best thing about wrestling. It's subjective. Everyone likes their own people. Everyone likes their own kind of stories. Everyone likes their own kind of matches. Everyone likes, their own shows, whether that be AEW, SmackDown, Raw, and NXT, whatever it may be. Everyone likes their own legends. everything is so subjective. It makes it interesting, the different opinions. I was just going back and forth with my guy Nick Bissonette on Twitter. Hopefully he's watching. Maybe he can comment in the stream. I know he's a big wrestling guy, and we were talking back and forth about the main event tonight, the triple threat, and that's a funny comment from Dice. I'll get to that in 1 second. That's funny. He surprised me that he wasn't a big Daniel Bryan guy. I didn't know that there were people that weren't big Daniel Bryan guys anymore that were devout wrestling fans. I thought everyone was just a yes head like me, a yes-o-maniac like me. I love Daniel Bryan. I think he's the top 2 best professional wrestler in the world today. So Dive said, which 2 people on Sixers social media would you love to see in a steel cage match? I could go Spike Eskin, Howard Eskin, just for the father-son dynamic. That feels like something that they could book. Brock versus TJ Eastwood, yeah, that would be insane. That would be hilarious. Matt McGinty versus me. See me in the steel cage, Matt McGinty. No, I'm just joking. And you guys can let me know in the comments if you want me to turn up the volume a little bit so you guys can hear it clearly, or if you want me to completely mute it if it's annoying you guys, the background noise, or if you want me to tell you kind of what they're saying a little bit more. Let me know in the comments. Interact with me, you guys. It's always better when you guys are interacting. I see we got some people in the stream, so please leave some comments. Leave your thoughts on WrestleMania Night 1, on NXT TakeOver, on the AEW from this week, or WrestleMania from last night, or WrestleMania 2 night. The kid is all mine since he's never seen a comic book movie. Yeah, the kid's a complete troll. I don't believe a word he says. I think he's seen I think he's secretly a big comic book fan. But let's talk about WrestleMania Night 1. I have some star ratings in honor of Dave Meltzer. I'm not a huge Meltzer guy, but I do think looking back on his star ratings through history, it's interesting to compare and see where things fell. But I'm not a huge fan of listening to Meltzer's podcast or commentary, and I think he's really slanted at this point. But I have some star ratings in honor of him for last night's show. We'll start out with the opener. And before the opener, let's actually discuss a little bit of the pre-show and the weather delay from yesterday, which was a complete mess. I thought that the Braun Shane promos that they were showing and the Lashley Drew promos they were showing just showed how bad the builds have been on Raw and how bad Raw has been. And then you get Vince McMahon coming out on stage to welcome everyone to WrestleMania. And I love that. I was waiting for him to introduce Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles. I was waiting for it, but he didn't break out the intro for a hologram. So I always love when Vince comes out on the stage, but I don't think we needed the whole roster out there. Could have just sent out Vince like WrestleMania 20. I thought that BB Rexa, if that's how you say her name's voice, was terrible for the anthem, and her guitar player. Shout out Dodge, it's a comic book reference. Her guitar player looked like the alien girl from Guardians of the Galaxy that can like sense things, that has like the little things on her head. That's what she looked like. She looked exactly like that girl. That was my takeaway from the anthem. So we had a weather delay, and you could tell that there was panic backstage on what to do when they couldn't just start the show right on time. They had to evacuate the people from the building to the concourse. So they got started really at like 8:20, 8:30. So I hope that doesn't happen tonight. It does look like the skies are a little gray there. It's looking, but we don't know. I haven't checked the weather forecast. I'll have to check it out in a minute. The first interview was with Shane, which was terrible. Shane seemed like in a panic. I think Sarah Schreiber is awful. I'm not here to bury people, interview people, but I think Sarah Schreiber is just the worst. I think that she looked like so overwhelmed interviewing some of these guys yesterday. So I think they should have sent Rosenberg or Caleb Braxton or someone that can actually do it. Get Renee back, someone that can do it, someone that can handle it. But Sarah Schreiber is not good. And then Drew McIntyre, someone who I've been not that high on since even last year at the Rumble. Everyone else was so high on him, and I just, I always saw him as a high mid-carder, never a main eventer. And the last couple months, he's finally gotten me invested in his character, going on some podcasts, doing his own podcast, just seeming really normal. As soon as I get invested, that's when Vince pulls the trigger out. He jobs him out to Miz on the Money in the Bank, who then jobs it to Lashley. And we all think that's setting up for Drew to beat Lashley here at WrestleMania, and Drew cuts a promo before the night that had me all in. I couldn't believe how good of a promo Drew cut in the weather delay. I think it's the best promo I've ever heard him cut. And I we'll get to that match, though. The New Day promo, normal New Day, absolutely hilarious. Same stuff as always. They're just great. Big E sneaking in from behind. I'm an absolute New Day mark. I love all three of them. And then, so yeah, let's get to night one of WrestleMania, and we'll talk about the star ratings that I gave. Lashley and Drew had 3 stars. I thought this was a good match. I thought this was on its way to 4 stars. I thought Lashley and Drew didn't have a good build to this match, like I said before, but they really killed it for the first 10 or so minutes of this match. Drew got a lot of offense, which worried me, which I was right to be worried because I wanted Drew to go over here. I don't think Bobby Lashley is a needle mover, in my opinion. So I really wanted Drew to go over here, but apparently Vince did not, and Bobby Lashley puts him in the hurt locker, and he submits. He didn't submit, actually. The ref called it off. I could not believe this finish. I think that's the type of finish that takes it from a 4-star match to a 3-star match. I'm someone who thinks that these finishes are really important. I know a lot of people are just willing to say, oh, if a finish isn't good, that doesn't mean you throw out the whole match. I'm not saying throw it out. I'm giving it 3 stars in honor of how good the first 10, 15 minutes of the match were. And I thought Drew pulled out a couple moves that I don't think I've ever really seen Drew pull out that often. Drew, the flip over the ropes, where he strummed the ropes with his pecker real quick. The flip over the ropes was unbelievable. I can't believe Drew made it almost that clean. And then I thought that Drew's moveset was really impressive. Like I said, the inverted Alabama slam, the pinning back suplex, the triple aftershock DDT. I loved a lot of the moves Drew was pulling out. And I literally wrote in my notes last night, this has been a good match. And then Bobby Lashley locked him in the hurt locker for the last time. And that's the match. Drew McIntyre loses, and Bobby Lashley retains the WWE Championship. I was not happy last night, and you saw me tweeting about it. I think you really cut the balls off of the guy that you pushed for the last year in the WWE on Raw as your main babyface, as your main eventer. And I think I've heard a lot of people say, oh, well, Lashley and Drew are going to feud for the next 3 months. He'll take it from him at SummerSlam. That's not doing Drew any favors. You don't know when these guys are going to be hot, when it's going to get cold, when the fans are going to turn on these guys. You have to strike when the iron is hot. And the iron's hot on Drew McIntyre more so than it is on Bobby Lashley, in my personal opinion. I thought that was a really big mistake. I did not enjoy the finish of that match. I thought it was anticlimactic. I really think that they could have made it an awesome match. I'm watching a highlight from it right now, and yeah, I still can't believe that they just had Drew job like that. But it moved on to the women's tag match, or the women's tag team turmoil match. I'm not even going to talk too much about this. It was terrible. There were a lot of botches. Mandy Rose fell down walking to the ring because of the rain. This 1.5 stars, 1 star. Whatever you want to say. I like women's wrestling, as we'll get to in the main event here, but that did not do women's wrestling any favors, in my opinion. So let's talk about, in my opinion, what was the match of the night: Cesaro and Seth Rollins. Swig for the working man, as Stone Cold would say. Cesaro and Seth Rollins, I'm giving this 4.5 stars. I think it was absolutely excellent. I thought the build was great. Just basically Seth Rollins being upset that Cesaro swung him 22, 23 times, whatever that was. And I thought that Seth really built this feud on his own. It could have been with Shinsuke. It could have been with Cesaro. It could have been with anyone who Seth wanted it to be. But Cesaro is the absolute man, and he knew. I think Seth. This is my read on the situation. This isn't even a dirt sheet opinion. I don't think they had a match for Seth at this Mania. I think they went to Seth and they said, who do you want to work with? And I think Seth was probably like, give me Cesaro, and I'll put Cesaro over, and Cesaro's going to be a main eventer. And I could be wrong. Maybe Vince and them really do believe in Cesaro now, and they want to push him. But I think Seth went to WWE and said, I want Cesaro, and I want to make him what he can be. What the fans have known he could be since 2014. 2013. I think Cesaro is excellent. I think everyone knows Cesaro is excellent. I hope that this leads to a main event push. We saw Cesaro beat Seth Rollins last night. Seth freaking Rollins. Antonio Cesaro. Claudio Castagnoli beat Tyler Black, a.k.a. Seth Rollins, last night. It was like a Ring of Honor main event from the early 2000s or mid 2000s. So I think that was an incredible match. The UFO, the Cesaro swing, building the entire match around the Cesaro swing after the entire feud was built around the Cesaro swing. It was absolutely excellent. I can't say enough good about that match. They absolutely tore the house down. Seth Rollins is the best in the business, right there with Daniel Bryan. It's one of those two. I oscillate every time. When I think whoever is a heel at the time is the best in the business. So when Daniel Bryan was doing heel work a year or two ago when he jobbed to Mania, or 2 years ago when he jobbed to Kofi at Mania when he was champion, I thought that was some of the best work of Daniel Bryan's career. And I think that Seth Rollins is doing some of the best work of his career right now. And I think that both those guys are the best in the world. And I think Seth Rollins showed why he is the best in the world against Cesaro. And I think Cesaro showed why he deserves that push. He deserves to be considered as one of the next best in the world. I think he's like a top 5 to 10 worker in the company. When I say the company, I always mean WWE, by the way. Just another. I'm going to try to give you a glossary of terms when I say them, and I realize that I'm probably talking to an advanced wrestling fan, and I know that some people are casual wrestling fans, and I think that's great. I think that there's nothing wrong with being a casual wrestling fan and an advanced wrestling fan, somewhere in the middle, someone who oscillates between. I would say I'm somewhere in the middle. I would say I have to be hooked. I know last summer I really was not into what WWE was doing with Retribution and with everything was Drew and versus Randy, and everything was it was a little. Whenever before Roman turned heel, I thought when Roman turned heel, that really got things going. When Braun was champion, I thought that was terrible. I thought post-Mania, and I think it's a COVID thing, I really fell out of the product. But Roman turning heel and everything that happened to follow that, and I think the last couple of months have been fantastic. That really got me back in invested. And I think this Cesaro-Seth match is one of the best matches of the last year. I think this is going to be a match of the year candidate. I don't think enough people are giving it its respect. I've seen everywhere from 3 3/4 to 4 1/4 stars. I think this is a 4.5 star match. I think it was excellent. I think it was the match of the night, and I think it's going to be hard for anyone tonight to beat. I'm interested to see if someone can. I think that's a match where Cesaro and Seth are able to walk back at the end and say, follow that, you know? And I think that's the best. And I think that's the best attitude to go in WrestleMania with. And those guys clearly went into WrestleMania with that attitude. So going into the next match, I think that these guys went in with that attitude too, and I think they did a good job. They didn't steal the show, but AJ and Omos defeat the New Day for the Raw Tag Team Championships. I'm gonna give that 3.5 stars. I think that it was very, very good. I thought that a lot of people were complaining that they had the psychology all wrong. A lot of people were complaining that they had the New Day acting as the heels, cutting off the ring from letting AJ get to Omos. But I thought that they were playing into that by Xavier being like, we are effectively cutting off the ring, and joking the entire time. I thought that it was excellent psychology, and just like that Cesaro-Seth match, I thought that those were back-to-back matches, and we'll get to another match that had excellent psychology. Back-to-back matches that just excellent psychology. Ring work was on a point. There was no botches. AJ put over the New Day so hard. AJ, the main eventer, he's supposed to be one of the best guys in the company, and he was selling for Kofi and Xavier for the first 10 minutes of the match until he could get to Omos, and Omos looked great. He is so imposing. He's huge. Looks like he can move a little bit. He can do some things. He has some comedy chops. I think Omos has a future as a possible main eventer because they're going to try to fast track him there. So we're going to have to see it, but I think Omos is excellent. And even if he's just in this role with AJ Styles, it's the perfect role for him. I think he's looked really good last night. And I think it was the perfect first match for Omos against the New Day for the tag team titles. But I absolutely loved that tag match with AJ Omos and New Day. But it was probably my third favorite match of the night, which we'll get to. Why it wasn't top 2. So we have Braun Strowman and Shane McMahon, 3 1/4 stars. I thought that was way better than it had any right to be. I was very surprised that match ended up being at all. I thought everyone was going to hate that match online. I thought that was going to be everyone's least favorite match by far. Phillies are losing. Sorry, guys. Got distracted by the Phillies. It won't happen again. But I thought Braun and Shane, steel cage. I didn't really get why I was in a steel cage. I thought that the build was terrible. Everyone thought the build was terrible. Just basically Shane calling Braun dumb. But I kept saying, I think Shane clearly saw something in Braun and wants Braun to be a main eventer. And I think that he did the same thing in the early 2000s with Big Show and with Kane. He clearly saw those guys as main eventers, and he thought that he could put those guys over. So I think that he saw the same thing with Braun. I think he did it to perfection. Somehow he's way older, and he's still doing the same stuff, and he's still able to put these guys over. People hate on Shane McMahon way too much. He never puts himself over. I think Shane is absolutely excellent. I love Shane as a heel or a babyface, primarily a heel at this point. But I'm one of the higher people in the business you'll hear on Shane McMahon. So I went into that match with low expectations because I'm not huge on Braun. But I knew that Shane would try to get the most he could out of Braun. And I thought that was fun. Breaking the steel cage was a fun spot for Braun to rip Shane through and then throw Shane to his near death. I think Shane's just going to keep trying to kill himself until he earns his dad's respect, which is a messed up joke. But I was really surprised with how good Braun and Shane was. I honestly wasn't paying attention in the first part of the match, so I went back and watched later on, and it was just excellent the whole time. I liked that they had Elias and Jackson Riker attack Braun, so it was a little believable that Shane could get some offense in to start the match. But yeah, I'll give it 3.25 stars. I thought it was a good match, and I thought that the right finish was had. I thought Braun went over, and I thought it was awesome. Damian Priest and Bad Bunny versus Miz and Morrison. I gave it 3 stars, and Priest and Bad Bunny went over. I'm a little bit lower in this match than everyone else. Sure, Bad Bunny did some awesome things, and he did some. I think we all knew that he was going to pull out some stuff like that after he was training at the Performance Center for the last 3 months and hadn't shown anything on TV. So I expected that kind of stuff out of Bad Bunny. I thought that I just hated the whole gimmick with the bunnies and the Miz selling like the Bad Bunny was this huge guy. I just did not like a lot of how it was handled. I thought the Bad Bunny was fine. I thought the Canadian Destroyer was more impressive looking than it actually is. Ricky Morton did it like 2 years ago on AEW, and he's like 75 years old or whatever he is. So I think that there's a lot of poo-pooing to be done, but I still am giving it 3 stars, which means for a celebrity match, that's a complete success. I thought Damian Priest looked really good. He didn't sell at all, but whatever. I thought that Damian Priest and Bad Bunny did what they were there to do, which was get Bad Bunny over and hopefully give him some rub to Damian Priest for the Latin American audience who absolutely loves Bad Bunny. But Bad Bunny did pull out some good moves, some good spots. He took some nice bumps. Good for him. I'm not a Miz or Morrison guy, even though Miz was doing some good work a couple months ago. So I'm giving 3 stars, which is probably the lowest you'll hear on the internet about that match. But moving on to the main event, a match that I was very high on. The main event, Bianca Belair, Sasha Banks for the SmackDown Women's Championship. And I think it was excellent. I do not think it was match of the night. I think Cesaro and Seth Rollins stole the show. And I think everyone is saying that this was the best match of the night, and I think that's fine because it was excellent. I agree. I gave it 4 stars, by the way. I think it was awesome. But the big but here, the psychology was not there like it was in Cesaro and Seth Rollins. This was just a match with 2 women's wrestlers. The only psychology things that were awesome were Sasha grabbing Bianca's hair, and this one's not really psychology, but the spot where Sasha dove out to Bianca, and Bianca rolled through, put her on, walked up the stairs, and threw her into the ring. I thought that was an amazing spot and a matchmaking spot. I thought that it was excellent. That was it was early in the match. I did think that it drew a little, like it went on a little long, in my opinion, without any false finishers, which I kind of like that they didn't do too many false finishers or too many bank statements or anything like that. But I did think it dragged on in the middle a little bit, just a little bit, with some of the missed meteors and stuff like that. But it was excellent. It put over the babyface in the perfect way at the end Bianca wins clean. She looks like a superstar going forward. And let's just take a look. This is something I thought about earlier. I complained about the booking of Lashley Drew and the Raw Men's Championship, and I'm praising the booking of the SmackDown Women's Championship and Bianca and Seth. So let me compare those two situations a little bit. The Raw Men's Championship has been a hot potato. They had Brock Lesnar win it. They had him job it to Drew. Drew lost it to Randy. Randy jobbed it back to Drew. Drew lost it to Miz. Miz lost it to Lashley. Lashley has it still, but we thought he was going to lose it to Drew. So that's the title means nothing. It's not main eventing. It clearly devalued the title. And then you look at the SmackDown Women's title. Bayley held it for like a year and a half, 2 years, whatever it was. Bayley just held it and held it and held it, and it was excellent. And it made the title mean so much. And then she jobbed to Seth Rollins. Oh my God. I'm already getting tired here on the stream. She jobbed it to Sasha Banks, who then held it for 6-7 months. I think it was summer on. That was a fantastic move to not take it off Sasha, not hot shot any women above Sasha, and just give it right back to Sasha, because it means more when you hold the belt. And we'll get to that with the main event of night 2. But it means more when these guys hold the belt, and then when they lose, it puts over that next guy or girl. And in this situation, Bayley, being such a long-term champion, put over Sasha Banks. And then Sasha Banks, being a long-term champion, put over Bianca Belair, who I expect to be a superstar. And I expect to hold this belt until WrestleMania. Next WrestleMania, 38 in Dallas. I think she's a superstar, and I don't think there's anything that's going to stop Bianca. I think she's going to go on a Becky Lynch-like run throughout this year. I'm excited to see, and I think Bianca is going to live up to every expectation that WWE, the fans, and the internet wrestling community, everyone has for her. I think she's going to be excellent, and I thought that match last night was excellent. So a quick ranking of the matches. I would say the best match, number 1, would be Cesaro and Seth Rollins at 4.5 stars. The second best match would be Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks at 4 stars. The third best match would be AJ and Omos versus New Day at 3.5 stars. The fourth best match would be Braun and Shane at 3.25 stars. The fifth best match would be Lashley and Drew at 3 stars. The sixth best match would be Priest and Bad Bunny versus Miz and Morrison, 3 stars. And then last place would be women's tag for 1.5 stars, the women's tag team Turmoil. So that wraps up my coverage of night 1 at WrestleMania. So I'm going to talk a little bit about NXT TakeOver while they're showing. We have a Big E Apollo Crews promo package ready to kick off WrestleMania in 24 minutes. This could be a good opener. I wonder what will open the show. I have some strong thoughts on this. So let's talk about NXT TakeOver first. Let's pull up a card real quick so I can discuss it at length accurately. NXT TakeOver Stand and Deliver. NXT has been just a fantastic product for the last 7-8 years. If you're a strictly WWE fan, or if you're an old-time wrestling fan, or a casual wrestling fan, NXT is the developmental product of WWE, and it is recently, since AEW, another wrestling company, popped up to challenge the WWE. Since that happened, NXT has basically stepped up by WWE to challenge AEW back. They put it on Wednesday night at the same time as AEW. It has since moved to Tuesday. But NXT has grown past the developmental. It's not the minor leagues. It is just a very, very, very good product week to week, and the takeovers never disappoint. So let me pull up NXT TakeOver Stand and Deliver. It was a 2-night event, just like WrestleMania is a 2-night event. So let's get to these match ratings. Let's see what's the best. Who should I put over here? Let's go to let's check out IW Nerd. Oh, we got Meltzers. Okay, so Pete Dunne and Kushida Dave Meltzer gave 4.25 stars. I think that's extremely generous. I don't think that deserved 4.25 stars. I think it was more like 3 stars. Leon Ruff versus Swerve Scott versus Bronson Reed versus Cameron Grimes versus Dexter Lumis versus LA Knight in a gauntlet elimination match got 3.5 stars. I think that's fine. Walter versus Tommaso Ciampa for the NXT United Kingdom Championship got 4.5 stars. I really think that was just excellent. I think that was a 4.5 star match, and every bit of it. You could convince me that it was 4.75, but I'll say it was 4.5. Perfect finish. Walter's just fantastic, and Tommaso Ciampa obviously is one of the best wrestlers in the business. Io Shirai versus Raquel Gonzalez for the NXT Women's Championship at 4.25 stars. I thought this was excellent. I thought this was her 4.5 stars. I thought this put over Raquel Gonzalez as a monster. I think Raquel Gonzalez is someone who I have a lot of hope for going forward, and someone I didn't know much about going into the show. I had seen her win the Dusty Classic with Dakota Kai, but it's different to be a singles wrestler wrestling. Or wait, is that Raquel Gonzalez? Yeah, it's Raquel Gonzalez. It's different to be a singles wrestler and a women's tag wrestler, obviously. So let's get to NXT TakeOver Stand and Deliver Night 2. I'm going to skip the opening pre-show match. I'm going to skip Jordan Devlin versus Santos Escobar for the NXT Cruiserweight Championship in a ladder match. That was a very good match. It was just, I feel like we've seen a million ladder matches at this point. We don't see many one-on-one anymore lately, but we did for a good period of time there. So I do think that this was a good match, but it's not going to stick with me. The last bump that Devlin took was really nice, but it's not going to stick with me. It was a good match. NXT Women's Tag Team Championships, 2.5 stars. It was okay. Johnny Gargano versus Bronson Reed, 3.25 stars for the NXT North American Championship. This is the worst match I've ever seen Johnny Gargano have. I think it was like 3-star match, but Johnny Gargano, I'm so used to seeing have 4 or 5-star matches. So this was disappointing. But, you take what you can get, and you get to Finn Balor, Karrion Kross. This was another match that I was a little let down in. I was happy that Karrion Kross went over because I think it was the right move for business. I think Karrion Kross and Scarlett Bordeaux is an awesome pairing. I think that they are the right NXT Championship. They're the right person to give the NXT Championship to. Right people, I should say, because they're a great act, in my opinion. And Finn Balor he's bulletproof. He doesn't need the NXT Championship. He can go back up to Raw tomorrow, and I think that they should probably do that, in my opinion. So I liked Karrion Kross going over 3.75 stars. I probably would have said 3.5 stars maybe. So then let's get to what was the match of the night. Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly in an unsanctioned match, 4.5 stars. It was excellent. The psychology was unbelievable. The weapon shots were insane. The spots with the knees and Adam Cole working Kyle O'Reilly's neck and Kyle O'Reilly doing some Shining Wizards that were unreal loud. You could tell these guys were close because they were working so damn stiff. And I thought it was an excellent match, and I thought it was the best match from NXT. And I thought that I would say 4.5 stars, right there, tied with what Walter and Ciampa was at 4.5 stars. But I would say it has the nod just by this much, just by a little bit. So we are here now, 7:42, 18 minutes until WrestleMania, 18 minutes until my guest, my special guest, Mystery. Keep it. If it comes out of a box, it's over. But he's not coming out of a box. So I guess this is a box on the screen, but he'll be on quite soon. He's welcome to come on if he's listening anytime before 8 o'clock. But we are here previewing WrestleMania. I'm going to go through the matches right now, and then when he comes on, we are going to talk about a little of our favorite WrestleMania main events of all time. We're gonna go at length a little bit about that because, like I said, this is not just going to be a podcast about the current product. Even more so, actually, this is going to be a podcast about the best wrestling possible, whether that be the current product or the old product. We're going to review the best possible wrestling and the best storylines, feuds, pay-per-views, shows, whatever that may be. We're going to bring you guys our opinions on the best stuff ever. We're going to do watch-alongs of old shows. We're going to do watch-alongs of the big shows of today. And we're going to be doing all of that stuff. So let's break down WrestleMania Night 2. And let me tell you who I'm rooting for in each match. And then also a little bit of what I'm expecting to happen in each match. So, quick split. Let's go. For the U.S. title, we got commercial going on over here, but for the U.S. title, Riddle and Sheamus. I thought that this would be on the kickoff show, to be quite honest. Riddle and Sheamus. It looks as if our guest has arrived into the stream. So I'm going to add him real quick. This is a former co-host of the Book Shoot Wrestling podcast, which has pretty much been wiped away from the internet because I did not renew the subscription to the service that I was uploading that podcast to. So that podcast is living on my computer and my computer only. Maybe we'll put them out in the future. But this is the co-host of the former Book Street Wrestling podcast and someone who I expect to be on the Marking Out with Mark Wrestling podcast all the time. Matt Smith, how you doing, pal?
Wow, what an intro. I mean, took you long enough. Jesus. But I'm doing great. Good to be here. I thought I'd hop in to the podcast because I saw you introduce me earlier as a mystery. I wanted to hop in, make sure no one was holding their breath for some actual person and not just your cousin. So I thought I'd hop in and save people the trouble of like, oh, who's it gonna be? Who'd he get? No, it's just
I got it. This was hard. This is a hard contract to negotiate. This is hard to get.
This was a hard sell. You're right. Took a lot. I think it's gonna be 2 Hershey bars and a Red Bull to get me in here.
So we are going to be discussing WrestleMania Night 2. I'm going to preview a little of the matches, and then me and Matt are going to talk about each of our top 5 WrestleMania main events of all time. Because last night's WrestleMania main event is getting high praise. It is getting like 4.5-star talk, and 4.5-star talk puts you in the conversation for the best WrestleMania main events of all time because there's never been a 5-star WrestleMania main event. So we're going to be talking about our favorite personal WrestleMania main events. But before we do that, let's break down the matches for tonight a little bit. Matt is actually a lapsed fan. For those of you out there, Matt is not someone who follows the current product, but he's someone who knows a ton about the old wrestling of our childhood and way beyond that. I'm a bigger 90s guy. Matt loves the down and dirty Southern 80s with Flair and Dusty. And Matt's an 80s glory period guy.
I liked when old ladies would go and think it was real and try to stab the bad guys. That's my cup of tea for wrestling. And then people would commit vicious assaults to help the good guys.
So, yeah, a little bit about Matt. I introduced myself as a wrestling fan. Matt's start would be pretty similar as a wrestling fan, I imagine, because we were just around each other. So VHS's just of old wrestling was more so what we were into than watching Raw or SmackDown weekly, I would say, until we got to a certain point where we were watching.
It really was the mercy of like what your dad decided to buy and just own in the house. Like we watched that Undertaker Mankind match, which I don't think it was a pay-per-view tape. It was just a best of tape or something. We watched that match a bajillion times, and it just burned to our brains. But your dad started it all, which is ironic to think of now. But
I would say Brendan and Brian had a part to do with it. Kevin, all of our cousins had a part to do with it. We have a bunch of professional wrestling fan cousins, or at least former professional wrestling fan cousins, but we never outgrew it. So we're like I said, this podcast is going to be way more about the old stuff than the new stuff, I imagine, going forward. So that's why I wanted to bring that on and talk about our favorite WrestleMania main events. But this is like I'm such a bad introer for things. I get on these circles and I go on such tangents. I'm trying to talk about the night 2 matches, but what I'm trying to say is this is probably news to Matt.
Oh,
these matches.
100%. I have no idea. I just woke up. I have no idea what's going to happen. So inform me on this card, Marcus.
All right. So first of all, you have the Peacock on right now.
I'm watching Peacock. It's on. It's all its glory right now. Just on the background, on mute. Too much details. Anyway, tell me the card. Come on.
Wait, so you have the pre-show on right now?
Yeah.
So you have Logan Paul talking to Sami Zayn?
Yeah, I have the promo package going on right now.
Okay, same. I just wanted to make sure we were in the same spot. Okay, so that'll help once we get started in 12 minutes here for whatever the first match is and whatever the promo package is. So the U.S. title match, I thought this was on the kickoff. And that's why I got so in depth to the podcast that I just missed it happen, but I don't think so. Matt Riddle, I guess he's just going by Riddle now, versus Sheamus for the U.S. title. I don't care about this at all. I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm rooting for Riddle because he had a funny segment with RVD on the bump. So I kind of like Riddle now. I'm kind of in. I was all the way out, and I'm never going to be in on Sheamus, not even if there's a fire. So I'll root for Riddle to retain the U.S. belt here. Do you have any thoughts on Riddle Sheamus, Matt?
No, but I know they talked about it on the pre-show for like 7 minutes of King and JBL. I was like, he doesn't wear boots though. And then Rosenberg, it was the classic. Everyone just played their roles. Like I would step on his feet. That's what I would do. And Rosenberg was like, yeah, but he's from a UFC background, and is he more comfortable with the MMA in those shoes? Like it was a perfect like, oh, this is kayfabe. Everyone's playing.
Jerry Lawler's like puppies.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I like feet. Me, I'm gonna have to. I thought I was gonna be the one having to keep Matt PG, but once Matt gets in here, it just lets an animal out of me to just start making terrible wrestling jokes. But the women's tag, Matt watched the women's tag team turmoil with me, just a barn burner of a match last night. And the winners of those matches, Natalya and Tamina, go on to face Nia and Shayna in a matchup of probably, legitimately, I'm not even kidding about this, my 4 least favorite women in the company, I think. Like, I don't even know what I'm going to do on the stream when that match is on. I think Nia is a complete botch fest. You know what? I shouldn't say that. I think Shayna is okay. I think Shayna's okay. I don't like Shayna. I shouldn't say she's one of my 4 least favorite women in the company. But Shayna Baszler does not get me. Doesn't get the blood pumping. And Natalya and Tamina have been around for like 30 years now, it feels like, and have never accomplished anything. So I'm, at this point, done with Natalya and Tamina. So I hope Nia and Shayna retain, I guess. I think they will.
Yeah, I honestly don't have that much of high stakes for this match, but I do want a moment with Tamina and Nia Jax in the middle of the ring and do like a Twilight Zone, like they think they're their own reflection in the middle of the ring.
Like doink at WrestleMania 9.
Yeah, or it's like a strength test. And it's like it's always equal because they're the same person. They can't beat each other.
It's gonna be terrible. So them getting to, we got, what it is, that's like 2 terrible matches right there, whatever. Because the rest of the card beyond that is actually really, really solid. And this is what I was kind of complaining about to Matt last night. We watched night 1 together, and I was complaining that the card they kind of overloaded tonight. I felt like last night had some lulls, and it ended up overperforming. So that should be good for tonight.
I ask you too, what your thoughts on how each card was balanced, because there was some slow points last night, but like the Shane match, Shane Cesaro was fantastic. I thought the main event was a pretty good match too, so it had its moments. So what is your overall of the balance of the cards?
I initially, when I saw the card, at first, I thought, it was like, oh, I kind of only care about Seth and Cesaro and Bianca and Sasha last night, and I had the next 5 matches. I'm gonna say I kind of care about all of them.
Yeah, but Saturday was the B show, and they threw in Shane Cesaro just to have something.
Yeah, that was to give us us nerds.
Saturday exactly. For sure.
Yeah. So yeah, the next match here is Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn. This feels kind of exactly like Seth and Cesaro. It feels like they didn't have anything for these guys. It's like, oh, Kevin and Sami aren't wrestling. They've wrestled each other about 1 million times, so that'll be good. And I feel like they're both probably really into it. Logan Paul's involved. I don't even really get the involvement. I think Logan Paul's with Sami, I think. I don't know.
I'm fine with it just because it's Sami and Kevin. It's they're fine on their own. Do you know what I mean? So whatever Logan is shoehorned in, those other 2 guys can carry the match. It's not just it's some random match. Logan Paul's gonna be here. It's ugh.
Yeah.
I think it should be fine.
Yeah, I think it should be fine too. I'm not worried about it really, but I think it'll be excellent. I mean, it's KO and Sammy. It always will be. I wish there was a little bit more story. Like I wish it was like a ladder match for the like U.S. belt. Like what? Like why not? Why didn't they just give Sami Zayn like the Intercontinental belt or the U.S. belt and put it in a ladder match? So these guys could have a ladder match, But whatever. That's fantasy booking.
I can't wait till like Sammy or Kevin's Hall of Fame speech and they go back and look at all the highlights and like every Mania or every big show is like Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn. This is the final time we're gonna fight. It's like 17. This is the final one, guys. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, I completely agree. They've done that gimmick way too many times. But the next match is Big E versus Apollo Crews for the Intercontinental belt. Apollo Crews in
drumhead match or drum match, something like that.
In an Iberian drum fight, which just this is like I don't even know how to discuss this match without.
Did you see the pre-show? The pre-show was an argument about it.
I have it low, so I wasn't paying attention while I was talking, kind of. But I'm sure that they'll play it again a little bit.
Some female person came on the dais. This is how laughed I am. I have no idea who this lady was. She came on. She said something, and then Booker T was like, "Whoa, don't let that slide by me. I'll tell you about the Zulus and the Shakas and going back to like ancient African times." They're like, "Oh my God, I don't know what this lady said, but we're in a moment here. I'm not sure if this is good or bad."
I think that there was something else you want to talk about involving Booker T.
That's later. That's me and Booker are working on something together. I'll plug that later.
So let's get to the next match. Sheamus Taylor says, "Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, everyone, please leave your comments in the stream. If you leave them, like I'll pull them up like this. Pull them up. If you have a comment or a question or anything about WrestleMania Night 1 or Night 2, we can discuss it. It's always more fun when you guys are in the comments going back and forth. It gives us something to talk about. So then, for both of those matches, by the way, KO Sammy, I'm rooting for Kevin Owens. I don't think it hurts Sammy at this point to lose to anybody because it's kind of just like he's a chicken shit heel.
Yeah.
So, and who to say it's a conspiracy, which is the best. I actually am like all in on. I mean, Sami Zayn. I said earlier, Seth Rollins and Daniel Bryan, in my opinion, are the two best workers in the world. I don't know if you'd agree with that. You might want to throw in AJ. I know you're a big AJ guy. But
it's a fair statement. Go ahead. I'm not going to fight it.
Yeah. Maybe AJ would be in there, but I think Bryan and Seth are the two best workers in the company. I really think that Sammy is like my personal favorite. Like I just find myself dying at everything he says, like in everything he does in the ring.
You can find people who are objectively better at different things, but Sammy has that. Like, you just love his heart for some reason. Like, oh, that's just it's like just silliness. He's just so like lovable.
And it's so funny because I really thought I talked about NXT TakeOver earlier. Sami Zayn is what got me into NXT. The whole Sami Zayn chasing the title, and then he finally beats Neville, and then Kevin Owens. We're back to Kevin Owens and Sammy. Kevin Owens turns on him.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of the best things they ever did in NXT is what got me in. And then KO beat the crap out of him for 3 straight takeovers, retaining the belt, basically. So it was a great start to their feud. They both went up to the roster. They start feuding again. But the point of this was I thought Sammy was like the best babyface in the company. And that was like right after Daniel Bryan had his neck issue and he had to retire for a while. So I thought Sami Zayn could have filled right in to that spot where it was the Daniel Bryan underdog babyface on the run for the title. And then I remember when Braun Strowman was new and a heel, they had a storyline where Sami Zayn was feuding with Braun, and the whole storyline was like, Sammy just won't give up. Sammy just won't give up. And he like beat him one time, and Mick Foley like wanted to throw the towel in for Sami Zayn.
Oh yeah.
But like it was like a whole thing, but Sami Zayn was like the consummate underdog babyface. Yeah. It was unbelievable. And they turned him heel. And I remember when they did that, I was so upset until we saw just how insanely good Sami Zayn is as a heel. And it's kind of like Bayley. I think Bayley's the same exact way. Yeah. Bayley was a fantastic babyface and they turned heel, and I was upset. But when you see how good these guys are as heel, it doesn't necessarily justify their decision as correct to not push them as a main event babyface, but it takes the sting out a little bit. It's like, oh, well, how can you complain when they're doing such amazing work?
No, for sure. And Sammy just has hateableness. It's just like, well, it's not to steal a line from the new hit show, the new Young Rock, but the Rock's talking about his gimmick, and everyone just hates me for saying this show. I watched one episode because my parents made me. But the Rock's like, my gimmick was I was myself turned up to 11, which is like, Austin says the same shit. I don't know if
Vince, that's what Vince says them too.
Yeah, it's whatever. Everyone says what a good gimmick is yourself turned up to 11.
We want everyone to be themselves. That's why we booked Glenn Jacobs as a dentist and then as fake Diesel.
and then as a supernatural being who came back from death.
Look at him, he's in the Hall of Fame, goddammit. Yeah. All right, there's my Vince impression. It'll come out again. But
my point is that Sammy and Bailey, to an extent, it's like them naturally, but then turn up to 11 or 12, it's just like either lovable at times or it's like Sammy. It's like the most annoying person in the world. Well, that's annoying, but it's also lovable. It's a great modern day heel of like on the surface, this guy's annoying, but also that's what I like. I award people who are annoying because I'm smart, because I'm a smart now. Anyway.
So Biggie Apollo, I'm not in on Apollo. I just don't think he's a legit guy. I think Big E's someone who should be going to the main event, and I get the notion where you have to take the IC belt off of him to be into the. You have to take the IC belt off of him for him to go to the main event and challenge for the belt. But he, I don't see how losing to Apollo Crews at WrestleMania is going to help him move up to the next level. There's more people watching this than are watching Raw weekly. So you have to, if you're wanting Big E to be strong in the next year, you have to put him over here. I don't care. Apollo Crews has been a jobber for way too long. I know you're trying to repackage him, and I think Apollo's going to go over. But I really hope they don't pull the trigger. I really hope Big E stays strong in front of fans. I think he's going to be over.
This match is like the classic battle of the mid-carders. But, like, again, I agree with you. Big E should be pushed to the main card position, and it would make sense if they did that with him now. But it's also like I can also see Vince or whoever's making decisions being like, Apollo Crews has it all. He's big, he's fast, he's like all the things we want to sell. It's like, let's push him to sell T-shirts. And like, that kind of stinks. But we'll see what happens.
I lost you there for 1 second, but I got the gist of what you were saying. I hope that wasn't on my end. It was the feat is match 4 night. Looks like we're having a little bit of. Oh no, wait, we're back now. We're back. I think that was on my end. Oof, we got a long time to go, so we're figuring this out, guys. On the run, we're gonna be with you guys for a while, sitting here on the stream for WrestleMania Watch Along, which is starting in about a minute. It looks like, and they're previewing the main event, which we'll get to in 1 second. The Fiend and Randy Orton. Randy Orton burned the Fiend alive. The Fiend came back all burnt. He's going to go over. I don't even think we have to really talk about it too much. The Fiend and Randy Orton have wrestled WrestleMania before. It's been terrible. The House of Horrors, it was terrible. I expect this to actually not be as terrible. Hopefully it's similar to Fiend Cena from last year. But whatever. I move on to the next match. Asuka and Rhea. I'm not an Asuka guy. I never have been an Asuka guy. Matt does like Asuka. So this is an interesting dichotomy here. And I think that could be opening the show. I could see that. I like Rhea.
Dichotomy. You just hate her, and I don't mind her. That's pretty much it. I somewhat tolerate her presence. And you're like, he loves her. He's in love. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, no.
I just don't get her. Oh, we're getting that classic pay-per-view screen, the warning, unauthorized, whatever. And we get the Then Now Forever. Surprised Vince put his dad in there. Gave his dad any credit, but Asuka and
Vincent Senior away from the record books. I did everything. There was no wrestling before Vince McMahon Jr.
Oh, we have just passed the hour mark. We'd be in like the top 5 in all-time Rumble. How long I've been on here? I'm just an Iron Man.
We need Jim Ross to comment like, now he has been the longest man on a live podcast for wrestling. He's now.
That was good. That was pretty damn good. You hit some of those words like perfectly right there. That's not bad. I didn't know you had that in.
Knocker.
Ashlyn Kraft singing the national anthem here. I'm gonna disrespect the troops, I guess, here by talking over it a little bit, but I'm sure it's gonna be terrible. Asuka and Rhea are facing off. I think Rhea Ripley has phenomenal upside. I think they really messed up jobbing her out to Charlotte at WrestleMania last year and killed her momentum. I think this is a way to regain that momentum and set up that rematch with Charlotte. And I expect her to win tonight. I'm rooting for her to win tonight, and I will be actively upset if Rhea does not win the belt tonight. So then we get to a match where it's the main event. It's Roman Reigns. It's Edge / Adam Copeland and Bryan Danielson, a.k.a. Daniel Bryan. I wanted to pop over there. I knew you'd give me a dirty look for that.
All right, I wasn't listening. I've been
Roman main event for the. What's up?
So I wasn't listening. I was listening to Ashlyn Craft's beautiful rendition of the national anthem. So I ignored you. You did a great job. You said she was terrible, man.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I thought that was an issue. Roman, Edge, Bryan, triple threat for the Universal Championship. I think it's going to be the match of the weekend, which maybe that's a curse on it a little bit. I know that there's rules against that. According to our friends at the Laughs Fan, you cannot call a match a classic. I don't care. No free ads, but they're the best. I don't care.
I would say we admire them greatly. I would say they're the Mr. Miyagis.
Yeah. I say everyone's just another thing. I say they're the best. Like DJ Khaled says, we the best. I call everyone the best. Everyone's awesome. I'm just being positive. So whatever. The Laughs Fan, we listen to their podcast. That's what I'll say. And when you call a match a classic, you're usually dooming it for failure. But I don't think that that's possible with these three wrestlers in the ring: Roman Reigns, Edge, and Daniel Bryan. These guys are fantastic. Any way you go here from a booking perspective, I'm not going to be that upset about. I have an opinion that I think that the last thing I want to see and the last thing we need to see is Edge winning tonight. I don't think it does anything. I don't think it does enough for him to benefit how much it would hurt Roman Reigns and the WWE moving forward after WrestleMania, in my opinion. So I really think Roman Reigns should retain, probably should pin Daniel Bryan to keep Edge strong if you want to do Roman Edge at SummerSlam or whatever you want to do. I think that's what should happen. I think what's going to happen is I think Edge is going to pin Daniel Bryan, and I guess we're going to get Edge Roman with Edge as champion. I'm not going to be happy about it, but I think that's what's going to happen. But, however, I will say the odds in Vegas, which don't mean much, but whatever, have these three pretty much all right around 2-1. Like they have them all like basically even. Like they don't see anyone as the clear favorite. I think Roman was by like an hair.
So I think that's a good take. But what if we did this? What if Edge won in a very, very difficultly won match, and he re-injures his neck, and you set up the rematch for SummerSlam, but Edge is champion for 6 months, but he wears the belt as a neck brace for 6 months. He just wears the neck brace and talks for 6 months and pulls the pay-per-view up. That's my fantasy booking.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know you were. I thought you were actually pitching something. You came in with that.
That's legitimate. That's. I think that would work. In big business.
Mess around here with. We are watching the promo package.
Did you want to get into our top fives while we're waiting for the show to kick off?
Yeah, I guess it's perfect as we're seeing Stone. Oh, we're seeing TLC 2. We're seeing Rock Hogan. Somehow none of those were main events. Hogan Andre, main event. Brett Shawn, main event. Yeah, let's talk about it, Matt. Thanks for directing me there in wrestling here. There we go. I think we're better now.
Internet. Apologies to the fans. Apologies to the you. I don't know.
The marking out
audience, fan base. Okay. Before we go into our top fives, I didn't know I was doing a podcast with. Well, you read Meltzer's stars earlier, but I saw you giving your own stars earlier. I didn't know I was doing this with some kind of professional. I don't know.
Yeah, I went back and rewatched it, and I was like, "Fuck! If I'm gonna sit here and rewatch WrestleMania Night 1, I might as well give it some star ratings, rank these bitches."
Do you think you should give it something? Like, Meltzer has the stars. Do you think it should be something different, like Mark's
4 Red Bulls,
4 out of 5 rings, or like 7 gems, or something like that? It's be a little different.
Yeah, I was gonna say something that's probably inappropriate, so I'm gonna hold back. I don't love that we went with the same exact promo on night 2 as we went for on night 1.
Yeah, I hated it the first time. Not psyched to get the second time. I don't like the fact that they wait a minute, let's backtrack here. Let's have Johnny Depp do a voiceover as Jack Sparrow.
I don't think that's actually Johnny Depp, though.
Well, that's the idea of it, though. That's even worse. They paid a guy to sound like Johnny Depp.
No, it's probably like a dude from the mailroom at Stanford.
He had auditions of all the mailroom people. The best captains.
You sound like Jack Sparrow. Back. We got a little fireworks show going on.
All right. Do you want to? You froze again, didn't you? Oh my God. I have this on mute, but I'm telling you, I hate it. I don't know what they're saying, but I despise whatever's happening. Well, I hope I'm not the only person broadcasting right now, because that would be mighty embarrassing. But if I am, I'll continue the show. Right now, we have Hulk Hogan and Titus O'Neil dressed as pirates talking to the audience. I have it on mute. I'm going to keep talking you through this. They both look ridiculous. I really appreciate they made Hogan an outfit that matched his ring gear, which is, kayfabe, but gotta love that. Titus has a big black and white feather and blue feather coming out of his head. Oh, God, Titus has a sword now. Don't stab anybody. Oh, no. No, he's attacking Hulk now. Mark, do you see it? Titus O'Neil is stabbing Hulk Hogan.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is unbelievable.
What? The stabbing of
brother.
I have it on mute. I've been commentating through mute.
You didn't say that. That was me. I made that. It's even worse.
Is everything good? Is all technical things settled? Are we both in the air?
Yeah, I believe so. It could be because the Painted Lines has a couple broadcasts going on right now. So that could be a part of the issue. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
But we are still starting off with a Titus O'Neil, Hulk Hogan, dance off.
As every WrestleMania should, to be honest. Every WrestleMania should open with Hulk Hogan and Titus O'Neil. Even when they're dead, they should bring them animatronics of them, holograms like Tupac, for them to host every show. Forever host. Here comes Randy.
Paul Grosskreutz says, "Come on, man, you don't like the Hulkster dressed up like a pirate?" I'm not saying I don't like it, I guess.
But why? There's a big nerd. What is it? A Kingdom Hearts game, which is the nerd reference that nobody gets. But why would you dress as a pirate?
We got Randy Orton coming out. Randy Orton looking a little fat.
He looks good for a 57-year-old.
Yeah, he just doesn't look great for Randy Orton, is what I'm saying. No. By the way, take my shirt off. I'm looking a lot worse than that. But I'm saying,
he's got a belly.
Yeah, he's got a little bit. Yeah, he's done great work this year since last WrestleMania. He's really helped carry Raw in the COVID era. But having said that,
How do you feel about
he's
Alexa?
boring to me.
How do you feel about Alexa Bliss's involvement in this feud?
I'm fine with it. Randy Orton just slid. Like, what a heel. Yeah, I think Alexa Bliss has been fine. I think that they went on a little long without the Fiend being like a part of the rivalry. Like after he burnt him, I think he kind of stayed away for a long time. But I guess that's good. He sold the being burnt alive well.
The death by incineration gimmick that
yeah.
burned alive. You got the gimmick going well. But no, I mean, Alexa Bliss, I just only watched the promo package of it. It's like, oh, you pick anyone on the roster to be a possessed little girl. Alexa Bliss seems like the perfect person. Like,
yeah, she's doing a great job.
Mm-hmm. All right, are we ever get down to our top fives or what?
Jesus, yeah.
After the bit here, get into our top fives, and you keep pushing us off. God, who's directing the ship here? Me or you?
Yeah, you apparently. I'm trying to retweet the stream again.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, Randy's
for Randy Fiend. Yeah, seriously, Randy's like.
There's no rain delay tonight, Randy. You don't have to take 7 minutes to walk out.
In fact, Vince is like, get him in the ring, goddamn. There might be rain later.
God might ruin the match with rain. I need to beat God. We can't have this happen.
I already did it at Backlash 06.
I defeated God.
And the federal government. In the trial of my life.
What a ridiculous person. All right, so how should we start off this top five list of ours? Should we go from least favorite to favorite? It's going to be a favorite list, not of all-time greatest objective, because who gives an objective list of anything? It's going to be very biased favorite top five main events of all of WrestleMania. So should I give my number 5 first, and we can work down the list? I'm not gonna lie, you came through very jumbled there. I don't know what the fans are hearing.
I'm going to still be giving my thoughts. Oh, wait, I think I have him back. There we go. I think I was going to say.
Hey, I literally can't tell which one of us is like the good one or the bad one.
This is a mess.
I can't tell if I'm on the one on TV or if you're the one on not even TV on YouTube. I'm assuming you're the main person, but I don't know if my delay I'm not being heard or if you're not being heard. As I look at your frozen face. Oh, someone commented. Oh, I'm coming through fine. Mark is the one being jumbled. Oh, so this is a fine development. All right. So as Mark is working on his connection, I guess I can start walking through my top 5 WrestleMania moments of all time. Not moments, main events. My apologies. So number 5, I have Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 19. And this list today, by the way, is Mark gave me the topic, and I go, oh my God, I need something to talk about. So I just Googled all WrestleMania main events and picked 5. So that's where I'm coming from. So number 5 is Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle. which I watched today. It's a pretty good match. I'll go as far as to say it's Brock Lesnar's best match, and it's the best version of Brock Lesnar is this big, menacing force, and somebody needs to outsmart him. Because typically, like the way Brock is done. Hey, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
All right, we're solid. I was listening on YouTube. I heard you. Keep going.
Yeah, awesome. So the match was obviously Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 19, and I think it's Brock's best match. It's the best example of someone going, I need to outsmart Brock Lesnar. And usually how that happens today is like, it's a triple threat match, and the two guys are going to work together to beat up Braun and throw him to a table. So Braun, it's like Michael Myers. You shoot Michael Myers in the head halfway to the movie, and you know at the end he's still coming back because the movie's Halloween. But this match was like one-on-one. Brock is actually wrestling. Kurt's getting him in holds. He's doing moves. He's giving him suplexes. It's like he's schooling Brock Lesnar, this up-and-coming guy who needs to be like, taught a lesson. In this match, too, there's the classic F5 that turns into a ankle hold, which is awesome. And there's also like by the way, the commentary is terrible. Taz is doing commentary. It's awful. But Taz is like, he's playing possum right before Kurt Angle actually like fakes playing possum and does a thing, which ruins the moment. But really, Angle like is like playing dead, and it goes into another ankle lock. It's like, oh my God, he did it again. He did it again. But there's also the famous shooting star press where how can you not love a guy who like doesn't need to at all? Like, let me go break my neck real quick. Let me go. I don't need to do this at all. Let me get, as a man who's 300 pounds, get in the top rope and almost break the ring with my weight and try to do a ridiculous move I've never done before just for your entertainment. I respect Brock Lesnar for that. That's pretty much my gist. That's my number 5 main event of WrestleMania.
That's wait, that was number 5?
Yeah, going from least to best.
All right, so you actually just I would say you do your top 5.
All of them?
Yeah, I would say you go straight forward, and then I'll go after. I'll bat clean up a little bit.
All right, nice. So I'll say number 4. By the way, here comes Alexa Bliss down the ramp, all looking nice. This match seems yet. I've been talking for 5. I gave a nice monologue. If this was a stage play, if this was Shakespeare, that would have been a nice. That's a long monologue you just gave, and the match hasn't even started yet. Anyway, number 4 is WrestleMania 7. And you're gonna hate this. It's Hulk Hogan versus Sergeant Slaughter.
That is such a bad take.
No, I think it's a great main event. It's by the way, it's when Sergeant Slaughter he changed allegiances. It's during the Gulf War when we invaded Iraq, and it's like Sergeant Slaughter decided to like I sympathize with Iraq now, and I'm gonna be on their side, which is like treasonous. But it's like arresting bad guys so no one cares really. It's just a funny like after that you couldn't do it anymore. You know what I mean? Like this was a classic Rocky versus the Russian guy in Rocky 4. We do it for America. This is that classic wrestling thing. It was like in the 80s, it was Crusher Khrushchev was the bad Russian. Von Erich was the Nazi. And Sergeant Slaughter has a Iraqi sympathizer with General Adnan, a general from the active war who came to America to watch a wrestling match. I mean, that's ridiculous. But you know what? Hulk Hogan comes out with the American flag, and you have the fans chanting USA at the high school football game. It's a cute little like cartoonish wrestling, what wrestling used to be, kind of. And it's serviceable.
I can't stand that pick. I just want you to know that wouldn't be in my top 25. It wouldn't be in my top 25.
I knew you hated it. That's why I also enjoyed it and brought it in. My third pick, to move on to my third pick, is Rock versus Austin at Mania 15. It's the one. I'm not sure if it's I don't know what the fans think is the most consensus is their best. It's not their best matchup. The Backlash matchup is their best one historically. But even Mania, I forget if 17 or 15 is considered the better one.
17.
I picked 15. So you know what? Screw off. But no, I mean I have notes. Like Vince comes out as the guest ref. He comes out in his workout gear, I guess. And Shawn Michaels either is the most fantastic actor of being an ass and acting he's on drugs, or he just is an ass, isn't on drugs. Comes out and he informs Vince like, "No, you're not gonna be let me tell you something, mister, what's going to happen right now. You're not going to be the special. It takes him 45 minutes to tell Vince.
Yeah, it's bad.
It takes forever. He milks the hell out of it. But anyway, not Earl Hebner, some random ref comes out. Oh, we're going to have a normal ref to make sure Austin doesn't get screwed. But anyway, Rock comes out, was looking like a champion. Just looking like he just looks like, oh, that guy is, give that guy the belt. You know what I mean? He looks like a champion. He smells like a champion. Everything about him is like, oh, no one decided, oh, like the booking committee thinks it would be advantageous for him to have the belt. It's like, no, this guy's a champion. Just give it to him. He walks out like a stud. Austin comes out in his famous black T-shirt because he forgot his vest at home. And then a cool thing that happens at the start of this match, though, is Austin's doing the classic four corners and like going up and like go, oh yeah, here's one to you, whatever. But Rock interrupts him in the middle of it, and it's a classic like Rock usually is like not a cowardly heel, but like it shows Rock wants to win. And he's getting in Stone Cold's head. They interrupts his normal routine. He's bickering at him, and he's trying to like poke at the rattlesnake to make the rattlesnake make a mistake. And it's awesome psychology, honestly, because Stone Cold obviously can't walk away. He's like, what? What did you say? What did you say? He just punches him in the face, and the match starts in a brawl, and like Rock chokes him with the T-shirt. But yeah, I mean, much happens.
Real quick,
for some reason.
Real quick, before we get to the next one, I just want to recap a little bit. The Fiend came out. It took about an hour for him to come out to the ring. I love the Fiend, but I don't love this feud. He jumped off of a little thing onto Randy Orton. He doesn't seem to be burnt alive anymore. Seems he's recovered from his charring. His mask is back to normal. So I like this new little look he's got going on. I still hate the red light.
Yeah,
I don't think we need that at all. But
what's gonna happen? Some mystical thing's gonna. Oh, he just took that backdrop and didn't feel any pain. That's just he's a monster. Sorry.
I think you're like, yeah. Oh wait. Right now for you is Randy Orton out of the ring. He just went out of the ring. He's by the table.
I'm a little ahead of you. I'm a little. Orton just got back in the ring. I'll not comment. You'll be the source of truth.
Okay. So the Fiend is currently putting the mandible claw on Randy Orton on the outside of the ring. Randy Orton's going back in the ring. Is that what you were talking about by Randy going back in the ring? Okay. So yeah, you're only like 4 or 5 seconds ahead of me. So I'm gonna go. You finish it off with yours. I think you're at number 2.
Yeah. So that was Rock Austin with my number 3 for WrestleMania 15. My number 2 is Shawn Michaels Undertaker at WrestleMania 26. I have nothing special to say besides it's a really good match. You should watch it, people. It's like everyone's talked about it to death. It's just fantastic. And I have number 1 as Stone Cold or Cold Stone or Shawn Michaels.
Wow.
Austin versus Shawn Michaels at Mania 14, number 1. And again, kicks off the Attitude Era. It's been documented to hell. Everyone knows, oh, this is a good match, and you should go watch it. Anyway.
So it's funny that you mentioned that Austin HBK match. I actually had that tied for 5th, and I decided whatever one you didn't mention out of the 2, I wasn't going to use. So, or whatever one you mentioned, I wouldn't use. So I'm going to take it off my list, and I'm going to go with at number 5, John Cena versus The Rock at WrestleMania 28, the first version of this. It was a huge deal. Even I was kind of casually in at the time, and I wasn't buying every pay-per-view at all. But even I wanted to see The Rock beat John Cena, and I definitely, even as being a casual fan, hated John Cena at this time. This is at the peak of my hating John Cena. About 6 months after he faced off with CM Punk in Chicago, Money in the Bank 2011, or maybe 9 months after, whatever it is. And I thought that it was just an excellent match. Dave Meltzer gave it 3 3/4 stars, which is not anywhere near like the top 5 to 10 of these Mania main events. But I thought what it meant for me, meaning it like kind of helped get me back into watching Raw and get me back into watching the pay-per-views weekly, or weekly and monthly. So I thought that it was big for me personally, and I thought that the psychology in it was great. John Cena was kind of like, he got cocky at the end. He went to do the people's elbow, Rock jumps up, hits him with the rock bottom, pins him with the rock bottom instead of the people's elbow. They did just the right amount of false finishes. I thought the next year it got way too crazy, and the Rock wasn't as in good of shape the next year. But I love Rock Cena at WrestleMania 28. I think it's an underrated match.
What if I told you that's the same finish as Rock Austin in 15, where the Rock goes for the people's elbow, and Austin shoots up, and I do like a counter stunner finish. But no, not to ruin your pick, but no, it's a good pick. Anything that brought Dwayne, anything that took Dwayne back from Hollywood into wrestling was always special, and Cena at the time was the biggest deal, of course.
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome. I was a big fan, and the night of, I remember we watched it with a couple people, and we were all jumping up when the Rock won. We all just, John Cena's gonna win. The Rock only came back so Cena could win, so we were happy to see the Rock win. I remember. So, and you mentioned kind of my number 4.
Do you see what's going on right now?
The mandible claw, Bray's mandible clawing Randy Orton currently.
I know. I should let you. Alexa Bliss is doing something very strange. Or I guess Sister Abigail is doing something strange. I don't know the storyline. Anyway, you'll see it when you see it.
Black stuff coming out of her mouth.
Yeah, I might have just completely derailed this podcast or this live stream. But
is she going with Randy now? Like, what's going on? She got black stuff streaming from her crown and her mouth. Oh, and Randy RKO's the Fiends.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
I guess you know how the Undertaker had the urn and the urn had all his power. I guess Alexa Bliss, another person, owns all of his power, the Fiend's power, which is going to be interesting.
But she just hurt him.
I know, but I don't. I know, but I guess whoever possesses Alexa Bliss now, or Sister Abigail, is who controls Bray, which is like, I have no idea. It's like some kind of like Jesus Crown of Thorns thing coming up, but instead of blood, it's like black ink. It's mystical and it's just odd.
Joe Check said, "Holy smokes, who's this 15-year-old talking WWE? Shave the beard." Yeah, screw you, Joe. No, I'm not happy about it. Are they breaking up them right now? Fiend just like spit at her.
They just cut the black for me, and it's just not talked about. So I'm assuming this is going to be a Raw topic. Did you see last night on Mania when this happened and the new story?
Yeah, it's always what you want at WrestleMania, building up to a Raw storyline. That was terrible. Honestly, I absolutely hated that. Everything about it. The red light. It was way too fast. The finish is stupid. The Fiend should have won. The Fiend just went away for 6 months so he could come back and lose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're so balanced about it, but it was really stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy. I'm not happy with that at all, personally. So Matt, thank you for coming on. Let me bring Tyler in here. You can stay on, and I'll finish off my Mania main event list, and then that'll segue into me and Tyler's top 5 WrestleManias list. So we'll finish that off. Tyler Cintron is a independent professional wrestler. I'm bringing him in here, and you can follow him at If You Seek Cintron. Tyler, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm actually one of the few that enjoys a Randy Orton victory at WrestleMania, I think. So I'm pleasantly happy with that finish because I was a little bit concerned there. As you can see by my early 20s tattoo choices, we used to have for Randy Orton.
That's great. Yeah, I don't even hate on Randy Orton. I just feel like Randy Orton's at that point where wins and losses don't matter to him a little bit. I do feel like they've buried the Fiend so much. I just would have liked to see him get a win there, and it's kind of like his comeback match.
Yeah, I didn't, and I'm pro WWE, especially on the internet, and I still don't know what that feud is going to do for either one of them in the long run, how it helped elevate them or move it in a direction. It just kind of left everybody scratching their head.
I completely agree. Let me just finish up this list with Matt real quick. My number 3 Mania main event of all time is Chris Benoit versus Triple H versus Shawn Michaels. I know that's I might be kicked off of YouTube for saying Chris Benoit's name here, but Chris Benoit.
Every time you say it, we'll redact it with a black mark.
Yeah, we'll bleep it out. But I think that that's one of the best matches of all time, let alone Mania matches or let alone Mania main events. As a kid, I really wanted Shawn Michaels to win that match. So I was one of the few that was not happy when Benoit won that match and not Shawn Michaels. But I think it was excellent. It's like what every triple threat match should be based on is how great that match was at WrestleMania 20. And then my number 2 match would be your number 2 match, Matt, would be Undertaker versus HBK 2 at WrestleMania 26 as HBK's retirement match. You can tell by my list and the shrine behind me to the GOAT Shawn Michaels that I'm a little bit biased. But I think that any match with Shawn Michaels in it's going to be ranking higher, especially on any WrestleMania list. And I think that Taker HBK from Mania 25 might even be number 1 on the list. But since it wasn't the main event, it can't qualify. So I'm going Taker HBK 2 at WrestleMania 26 as number 2 on the list. And my personal number 1 favorite of all time is Daniel Bryan versus Randy Orton versus Batista at WrestleMania 30 because it was such of the culmination, such a huge feud, and such a huge feud that I got into. And I was one of those people online complaining WWE was hurting Daniel Bryan, and it finally culminated in the best possible way. And I thought Randy Orton was, in my opinion, that's like the height of how good Randy Orton was. I thought that run as a heel, as the authorities champion against Daniel Bryan was perfect. Even Batista in that match played his part. So I thought that triple threat was fantastic. The reason that I put 2 triple threats on here specifically to talk about a little bit, I expect the match tonight to hopefully fall into a top 10, top 5 Mania main events of all time.
Has anything in your life been as satisfying as at the culmination of that feud, the Daniel Bryan versus it been like top that of like yes.
It was just like it sucks that it didn't get followed up on very well, but for other reasons. But it was just so fantastic, such a perfect way to finish WrestleMania.
Oh, for sure. All right, well, thanks for having me on, Mark.
Of course, Matt. He'll be on. He'll be on anytime he wants to be from the old Book Shoot podcast. Thanks for coming on the Marking Out with Mark Wrestling Podcast. And you're fired. Get out of here. I can only do that to him because that's my boy.
Hey, I'm surprised that the main event from last night didn't make anybody's list. That match was incredible.
Yeah, it was awesome. I actually talked about that at the beginning of the pod today. I was like, the reason I wanted to really talk about this with Matt and bring up our top 5 Mania main events was because I saw people on Twitter already putting that match kind of in the pantheon up there of some of the greatest of all time. And it did kind of deliver. You look at the women's wrestling movement kind of the last couple of years, and there's only been 2 WrestleMania main events out of it. I went to the one a couple of years ago in the triple threat with Becky, Ronda, and Charlotte. I thought it was pretty disappointing, and last night was anything but. It delivered on every expectation. Bianca and Sasha tore the house down.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I was watching it, and like my jaw was hitting the floor. I'm like, I get the whole women's and the race and this. It was just a fantastic wrestling match. No matter, I mean, by all accounts, like I tweeted last night, Sasha equals Shawn changed my mind, and nobody even tried to. Like, she is legitimately the best female wrestler of all time, and you can't talk me out of it. I'll have that debate of Shawn and Flair, and I know some Brett stans will come in the conversation, and I'll quickly walk them out of the room. I mean, I was just like so impressed and just happy. Like that cut of Rhea Ripley having tears in her eyes during America the Beautiful last night. Like even I had chills, and I've never performed at anything like a WrestleMania. I mean, just sometimes larger indie shows, a few here and there, and maybe 1,000 people at the most. I can only imagine what that's like, being at that level, getting there last year, having it taken away from you, and then having that opportunity again this year. I got a feeling her and Oscar are going to tear it up tonight too.
Yeah, I really, really hope that they give Rhea her moment tonight. I really hope that she gets her moment that she should. I mean, honestly, it could work out. If she gets that moment tonight, that in my opinion, she should have gotten last year, it could be the perfect situation in front of these fans, obviously. It wouldn't have been as meaningful last year, but I really do think that Rhea has the potential to be in that main eventer status with Sasha, with Bianca, with Becky, and all those, Charlotte, whatever you want to say. I think she has the ability to be there consistently, and I really thought that they kind of ruined her momentum last year, but I get that you can't get everything all at once, so I'm hoping that they tear the house down tonight and that Rhea wins and goes forward as kind of like the badass of the women's division.
Oh, same. I mean, they're both mind-blowingly good. Bianca and Rhea. Like, it's just, there's no wrong answer to the question. That's what I like about women's wrestling now, is it's not women's wrestling. It's a good wrestling product to have on a good wrestling show. Is that fires me up quite a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. And you look at AEW, and this is, I think we both are really similar on our thoughts on AEW. So I'm not going to spend the whole WrestleMania show, tearing down AEW or anything. But I will say that I think their lack of a women's division, when WWE's got, I think, probably 8 to 10, maybe even more better women's wrestlers than anyone on the roster. I love Britt Baker. I do like Britt Baker, but besides Britt Baker, I think that WWE's got like 15 better women than anyone they've got on the roster. And it really shows, like you said, it's not just women's wrestling. It's wrestling. They're part of the show. They're just as part of the show as the men. And they should be graded on the same curve. It should be graded on the same scale. And AEW, you can't grade that on the same scale as what the men are doing in AEW, because it's not on the same planet.
Well, I would probably debate that some of the women might be better than some of the men over at AEW.
That might be true.
That's a late night Twitter war for another day.
But yeah, like I said, Tyler Cintron was an independent professional wrestler. Are you still working? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on the road full time. I mean, at this point, trying to get out there every weekend and paying that kind of money. I'll still pop up. You'll still see me in Arizona. Hope to get back out east a little bit more once things open back up. I know my good buddy Chase Del Monte's running Chaotic Wrestling up there, and I always like to help out in any way I can. Love to get back up there and lock horns. I owe a few guys a few receipts to end a few stories. And then, being back in Vegas, and I was here at FSW before, and I was tag champs with Martin Casaus, or Marty the Moth from Lucha Underground, and Ring of Honor star, the Mile High Magnum, Dak Draper. So we had our little faction out here. So kind of get the itch every now and again, but those guys are going, and they got a ton of young kids that just have so much talent, where it's like, I'd rather have them get the reps and take those spots than have me take them. But we might get cranking again here in Vegas. We just gotta knock the rust off a little bit.
Yeah, I got you, man. Tyler's a guy that I've met through Twitter, basically, and I would say through the Barstool, through Pick Central, probably.
Absolutely, I was riding your picks there a little bit in the fall, and made quite a bit of cash.
Hell yeah, that was a good period for me. That was when I was able to build the following that I have, and Tyler was probably like one of my favorite follows I got in that time period, because I saw he was independent professional wrestler, so we immediately started going back and forth about wrestling, about gambling, and he's someone that I knew kind of a while ago that I was going to start some sort of wrestling podcast back up, because I had one a long time ago, and this is someone I knew that I wanted to have someone involved like Tyler, who is very knowledgeable about the ins and outs of the business inside the ring, not just outside the ring, and I think that's really interesting. And there's a comment here from Ryan Villard. Tyler, you ever get whipped like that?
Not like that, but whipped maybe.
So me and Tyler are gonna talk about our top 5 WrestleManias of all time. Right now, we've got Tamina and Natalya versus Shayna and Nia in the ring. I said it on the pre-show. I guess I'll call it my kickoff show to the watch along here. I said it. This is like 3 of these women are probably like my 3 least favorite women in the company. Like, I think Natalya is just so boring at this point. I think Tamina is Tamina and Nia are both in the same kind of boat for me, where it's just a little bit clunky, a little bit like they're just there because they're the big girl, I think, a little bit. And this is not my kind of match, I guess. I like Shayna, but this is definitely, if I were taking a popcorn break, if I was in there in person in Tampa, this would probably be it.
Hey, I completely understand, but the few interactions that I've had with Natty, she's legitimately the most nicest, kind human being that I have ever met. And I'm assuming that everybody that's met her will say that exact same thing. Where it's like, if she gets more time at WrestleMania, I'm all for it.
Yeah. I know my girlfriend watches whatever this show, Total Divas, and she says that she loves Natty. So, that was not a great slam from Nia. That did not look like she had her that confidently. But Natalya, I'm surprised. That must mean that Natalya doesn't follow you on Twitter for your Bret Hart takes.
Oh no. No, there's probably quite a few people that have unfollowed because of that. But guns, and I'm not changing my stance on that argument.
And then I saw this. And speaking of someone who does follow you on Twitter, someone who I mentioned at the top of the show, kind of. I always say CM Punk was what brought me back into wrestling, but Dolph Ziggler and Daniel Bryan kept me around, and they were the young hopes in like 2012, 2013. Yeah, you got the Ziggler shirt on. I would have been wearing it if it wasn't for Daniel Bryan wrestling tonight. But I absolutely love Dolph Ziggler. I think he's the most underrated wrestler of the last 20 years. I think he's fantastic, and he follows you on Twitter. How did that happen?
Yeah. So there's this it's just long-winded with me and Dolph. So obviously, I'm a super fan. Like, that's how I envisioned my entire career. You know, growing up, loving Mr. Perfect, loving Rick Rude, loving Shawn Michaels, and clear as day seeing that he's much in the same boat in that aspect. You know, and I've never envisioned myself being that top WWE champion with the long run and working all these main events. I always, you know, as I got to learn wrestling, I was like, nah, I just want to be that, you know, upper mid-card heel that can work with anybody, make them look like $1 million and tear the house down every single night. And that is what he's done. I mean, when he showed up doing the "Hi, I'm Dolph Ziggler," blonde hair, slick back thing, like tan, you know, that's kind of the natural heel character that I draw to. I think him and Miz at that time were, you know, just soaring in the, like, it was probably 2010-ish, maybe even before that. But just been, I guess you could call me glorified super fan, like a huge mark for him. Everybody knows it. I'm not scared to talk about it or admit it that I am. You know, I went to WWE house shows and I'd hold up signs at folks that said, "You're not Dolph." And one time Alberto Del Rio clapped back and said, "I know, it's because I'm not gay." So we got to get out of that. And then just random Twitter interactions. Once he went on comedy tour, you know, I met him at a few meet and greets, and, you know, we got a lot of similar interests. We like Hades hairbands. We obviously have a similar taste in wrestling. We like that dry 80s comedies. I think he's, you know, and a few other people, you know, I'm more of a Ghostbusters guy. I like your Bill Murrays. I like your Dan Aykroyds. I think he's more Chevy Chase and some other folks, but we just have a lot of similar interests. And we got gear made before the pandemic, and you know, just random Twitter shots back and forth. And, you know, everybody gives me grief about how much I tweeted at him, but it just happened where it was just that day where I tweeted out the new gear and got the follow back. And now he just likes pictures of my dog every now and again.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Your dog Badger is a star of your Twitter timeline. As a huge dog person, I always love to see the Where's Badger tweets and the videos of Badger in the ring.
Oh yeah, he was a regular at the New England Pro Wrestling Academy, the best pro wrestling school on planet Earth, and you ain't gonna talk me out of that either. He was frequenting there when I was training up there.
Yeah, I saw that video, and that's it's timely with the NXT debut from, I think it's Frankie Monet, or
yeah, I'm fairly confident that's Taya Valkyrie's dog.
Yeah.
Fairly confident.
Yeah, so I saw you quote tweet that today. That was funny. I was laughing at that. So I guess we should start it off and just start talking our favorite WrestleManias. I'm going to give you the floor if you want to take us from 5-1 on your top 5 WrestleManias.
So I was thinking about this earlier and breaking it down. I think I'm just going to go throw 5 at you because I was just trying to force rank this and just some of my favorites and why. You know, starting out, I think WrestleMania 35 belongs on more lists. I mean, you open that show with Rollins starting that thing off, and then you follow that with AJ Styles and Randy Orton, and then you mix in that Kofi Daniel Bryan match. And even though, like, I know folks like me were sitting at home, folks like you that were there, we were all exhausted by the time that triple threat match happened. And yeah, I don't think it delivered expectations, but that build to it and Becky's payoff and Kofi Mania and just the first 2 matches on that card being as great as they are, I think that deserves to be in the top 5 conversation. So maybe if we are going to rank it, we'll throw that one at 5.
Yeah, I loved it because I was there. I thought that the 2 things that delivered so hard were Seth and Brock. I thought starting off the show like that was just the perfect way to get going. Because I think that could have died later on in the show. If they put that not in the main event and not in the beginning, that could have died like Triple H Batista did. People don't talk about that match ever because it died, Triple H Batista. You could hear a pin drop in that stadium. But Seth and Brock, and then the Kofi versus Daniel Bryan matches tore the house down. Those are two of the better WrestleMania matches you'll find ever.
Yeah, people on the stream right now, I invite you this week, go watch that Daniel Bryan and Kofi match on its own, and it'll blow your mind how good that was. It was just in the middle of a marathon, and that's why I'm happy like this Mania being 2 nights instead of a 7-hour marathon. We get, a chance to come up for air, regroup, and get back to looking forward to what we want to see tonight.
Exactly. I think it's genius, and I hope they do it every WrestleMania going forward. As someone who was stuck in the MetLife parking lot until about 4 a.m. that night in the rain, it was a complete nightmare. So I remember that a little bit more than I should remember Kofi Bryan, which is, in my opinion, the best match I've ever seen live in person. I think that it was just such perfect storytelling. And then this is like a secondary thing. There were a lot of kids in my section at WrestleMania. It was a little bit of a kid-friendly crowd, even at MetLife. But when that happened, there were kids in my section when Kofi won that had like all the New Day and the unicorn stuff on, and they went nuts. And it's kind of like, that's what wrestling's about, man. Like that is like the perfect thing. Those kids are probably going to be hooked for the next 10 to 20 years on wrestling, telling their kids and bringing their kids, and that's what it's about.
Absolutely. Like when I wrestle in Arizona, there's this one kid that's always in the front row, and he just hates me, and he makes it known how much he hates me when I'm out there. But I saw him at intermission once. I was going through, and he was at the gimmick table, and I just kind of stood by him. His dad saw me coming and kind of locked eyes, like, "Hey, watch this." But yeah, that's definitely what it's about, is making memories with kids. I don't know if you saw. I posted a picture a few times of Mr. Perfect grabbing me in a headlock when I was like 8, and me just being like giddy and happy as a kid could be. So I definitely agree with you there. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. That WrestleMania is very underrated, and should and even if that triple threat didn't deliver that night, I remember going to the show on the way there. I was like, I just hope we get all of Seth, Kofi, and Becky getting their moment and getting their babyface win of the title at WrestleMania, and they all did it. They pulled the trigger on all 3, and I couldn't complain after that night.
Yeah, and if we're going down the list, I would have to throw WrestleMania 21 on there next. So being the big Sean guy that I am, like, that's not a secret. I mean, you look at his best match ever is going to be Mania 25, but the rest of that card just didn't stack up. I mean, Orton and Triple H was pretty good, but it just gets lost because Shawn and Taker was that good. But here's a pop quiz for you. That tied for match of the year on WWE.com. Do you know what the other match that got equal amount of votes as that one is match of the year?
What, in the Undertaker-Shawn match?
Yeah, from Mania 25. So that would have been
So that'd be 2009, 2009?
Yeah, 2009 or 2010.
I think it's 2009, so that makes me think Jeff Hardy would be involved.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Give it to me.
You're going to love this. It's bragging rights with Dolph Ziggler and Daniel.
So that'd be 2010. Yeah.
That match is unreal good. I've watched that thing 100 times. I tell everybody to watch it 100 times. I steal stuff from it constantly. That match is so good. But back to 21, Taker and Orton, severely underrated. Taker had his working boots on, working with that young Randy Orton through that run that entire year, starting with that Mania match. The SummerSlam match rules. The Hell in a Cell's got its own concept to it. Not big on gimmick matches personally, but Taker had his working boots on. I think we all know how great Shawn and Kurt was. The first Money in the Bank ladder match, Batista and Cena both getting crowned in the same night. I just think it is underrated. I don't hear that enough on top Mania lists. We always hear the ones from our childhood that we like the most, and you'll hear about that later. But we also get lost in that mix of 17, 18, and 19 were so good and get so much attention for all the right reasons that it makes you overlook other Manias just because those ones were so good. But 21, just top to bottom. I mean, Roddy Piper's out there cutting promos with Stone Cold at some point. I mean, come on. It's literally got everything you need at an elite level. Yeah,
no, I completely agree. 21 is a fantastic Mania. It's the first Money in the Bank with Edge winning the Money in the Bank match. I thought it was an excellent pay-per-view in WrestleMania. What just happened here? Oh, Shayna and Nia won. I missed the finish. Oh man. Jesus, Nia's ring gear is not flattering, but that's all I'll say about that. But I saw Nia in the ring, so that must mean she got the pin. But I love Mania 21. It wasn't in my. It actually wasn't one of the ones that I was considering though. But now that I'm really kind of breaking it down in my head, Cena, JBL, Triple H, Batista. It was a good show. It was a really good show, and it delivered. I like the theme of that one too, like the whole Hollywood thing. I think that's a big thing with WrestleMania.
Yeah, those vignettes leading in were pretty comical. A lot of them.
No, yeah, they were funny. I remember the Forrest Gump one with Eugene. Oh. there were some classic ones for sure. What's number 3 for you?
So number 3, and I was looking back because I was like, all right, let's break down the first 15 WrestleManias and which ones are the best. I think a lot of people would be like, oh, he's going to throw Mania 12 on there because of Shawn, or Mania 10 because of the ladder match. I'm not throwing Mania 10 on it because we all know how it ended. Not that that's a bad thing at that time, but I just can find better things for me. And I'm going to go with WrestleMania 4, just because from somebody who, was a fan of wrestling, got into wrestling, started to learn about wrestling, going back and knowing what I know now about in-ring work, what that takes, Macho Man Randy Savage's performance that night against so many different opponents is unreal to me, because he doesn't have a slow down point, especially on big shows like that. And I think we've all heard the stories about Randy mapping everything out exactly how it's supposed to go. But just how that tournament was, the deck was constantly stacked against him in every capacity. And he worked 4 times that night, I believe. It's 3 or 4. I'm fairly confident it's 4. But just him knocking it out of the park in all of those different styles is unreal. And I have to appreciate that. So every Mania list that I make, I'd like to put that on there and bring that up for that very fact.
No, yeah, that wouldn't be on my list, but I find myself fascinated with the back-to-back Atlantic City WrestleManias. Just like not even from an in-ring perspective or like from actually watching the show, from like listening to stories about like how weird it is. They were just like at a casino, and the casino had all the tickets. They were just giving them out to whoever wanted them. And like I remember the stage WrestleMania 5 with the steps down the stairs. It's like an awesome like backdrop to a set. Yeah, it's way different. The Atlantic City Convention Center, which is still there. Like I'll be in Atlantic City sometimes, and I'll go and I'll be like, oh, that's where the Mega Powers exploded. Like it's like, but it's just so cool. The history of the back-to-back WrestleManias at Atlantic City. Donald Trump and Vince's. That's where their relationship starts, and it goes all the way to Detroit and WrestleMania 23. I think so. It's funny to see the history of that. I know that there was a story that all the wrestlers got a certain amount of tickets to give out, and Bruce Beefcake like tried to sell his to like a casino worker or something. I know that there was a lot of crazy stories that came out of those manias. So those are really interesting to me. What's number 2 on your list?
So number 2, and this is where it gets to be. We got 17, 18, and 19 that all belong on this list. So which ones do we pick and choose? If I got to go number 2, I got to go 17 just because of the work rate top to bottom on it. Memory serves correct. Jericho and Regal opened that.
Yeah.
I think we have Benoit and Angle in that one. Austin Rock, Taker, Triple H. There's a never-ending story in that one, and that's back in the day when it had to be 3 hours. You didn't have a 7-hour marathon to sit through, so it was action-packed. My guy Jim Cornette participated in the Gimmick Battle Royal. Anytime Jim Cornette's involved, I'm like, up and up. But I think that one it deserves to be on that list.
Yeah, I'll be no spoilers, but I'll be talking about that on my list too, 100%. Yeah. What's number 1 on your list?
Mania 19, that Shawn Jericho story touched very close to home, and that match rules. It absolutely rules. That, like I mentioned with watching Dolph and Bryan from Bragging Rights a gazillion times, I watched that match a gazillion times. Like that story, along with the Seth Rollins Triple H story going into Mania 33, are 2 of my absolute favorites of all time. Just because, as somebody that was in wrestling, like I could envision myself being like that Triple H protege and the one that he'd want to work with at Mania. And same thing. Like I was that Shawn fan that would dream of wrestling Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania, and Jericho got to do that. And then, just the finish of it. They talked about it today on the Broken Skull sessions or whatever it is. Did you get a chance to watch that yet?
The Jericho one?
Yeah.
No, I thought it was after tonight.
No, they posted it earlier. I already watched it, but he mentioned
wow.
Sean going over and then Jericho giving that low blow. He walks out with more heat doing that than he would actually going over Sean in that match. And I was like, oh, I didn't even realize that until today.
It's the best. That's the best match of that show, in my opinion.
Yeah, but still, you got Austin's last match. You got all the nostalgia with Hogan and Vince and Piper in that segment. You got Brock and Kurt on top. Triple H and Booker T have a great match. I know we've argued a little bit about that finish, and I'll stick to my guns. Triple H is still in the game today, putting people over, making it more meaningful. I know a lot of people were bitter about Sting not going over on Triple H, and again, here we are. The next few Manias, it's Triple H putting over Roman and then Triple H putting over Seth. So if he's not able to beat Sting, why should he be able to beat, Roman Reigns in the main event or Seth Rollins, building him up on that run? But so Mania 19 for me just checks a lot of boxes on all fronts. And I think Shawn and Jericho were like third that night. So it was just loaded. I think those last 4 matches just knocked it out of the park too.
No, it's an excellent Mania, and it's actually number 5 on my list.
Perfect
right here. Yeah, it is a perfect transition. It's number 5 on my list. I think it's an excellent show. So real quick, just to wrap up the Triple H Booker conversation, how you feel about Bret Hart, times that by 2, and that's how I feel about Triple H as a worker. Like, I think that Triple H is just extremely overrated. Even when I go back and watch his prime, like the prime of his prime, like 2000, and I'll be like finding myself skipping through his match against Jericho at Fully Loaded 2000. Underrated, great pay-per-view, by the way. Fully Loaded 2000, Triple H Jericho. I'll be like skipping through that to get to like Rock Benoit and like Angle Undertaker. Like I don't know. He's just not my guy, and I always just wanted him. In that era of me being a kid, I just remember being so mad every single time Triple H was job, which is the right thing. I get it. It's a heel, and he's been putting people over still. But I think sometimes he went over in the wrong situations. But that's up for debate.
That's what makes wrestling great, is we all have our opinions and what we like and what we don't like. And what Twitter doesn't realize is we don't have to agree on everything, because we're never going to agree on everything.
Exactly. No, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the show. It's like, that's what's crazy about wrestling. And I was kind of talking to someone from the Painted Lines when I was starting the podcast. And it's like, it's just such a subjective thing. Like with sports, you have a set of stats to back up your like argument, or you have like all these things. Everything is so subjective in wrestling. It's like an opinion-based thing, and how you think it affects business. And you can say, if this would have happened, then this would have happened. Or like you were talking about with like the Jericho HBK thing. It's like they did the low blow right there, so that built more heat, and he walked out like better than if he would have won the match. So it's like there's always just these little things that you can. It's always debatable, which is what's fun about wrestling. In all honesty.
So I heard you mention the triple threat for Mania 20 being in your top main events. Would that win for Benoit be as impactful if Triple H would have put over Booker T the year before?
I think so. Honestly, I really do think so.
I mean, I don't know. That's because what happened with the belt in between that time? Triple H didn't hold it all the way through, I'm assuming.
No, he dropped it to Goldberg, but that's even like a whole other thing. Goldberg should have got it at the Elimination Chamber at SummerSlam, but then they had Triple H screw him and beat him at SummerSlam just to like lose it Unforgiven with like Goldberg's like thing on the line, and they ended up having a terrible match at Unforgiven. But that's obviously Goldberg's fault more than Triple H. I'm not some Goldberg mark or anything, even though his intro music, the non-copyrighted version, is the intro to this podcast. But I'm not a huge Goldberg guy. He's not a worker in any sense of the word, but I did think that he was hot at the time, and he was the hot thing that the fans wanted. So they should have just hot shotted him into the. I always think Triple H should lose though, so I'm the wrong person to ask. But yeah, I love Mania 19. I have it number 5. I think that, like I said, I think HBK Jericho stole the show. Just like any time those guys in their primes are going to do. Those guys are just the perfect pair. They ran it back again in 2008, and what a feud that was. It's every time they get together, it's just magic. So I love both those guys, especially in that era. And they lived up to everything. It's always like you have that one match on the show, kind of what's coming out right now with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, where everyone on the internet's kind of like, oh, this will steal the show. This is going to be the best match and whatever it is. That lived up to that on that night. And then there's, like the Hulk Vince storyline's fantastic, whatever you want to say. There's Gaga there, and Roddy Piper comes out, and it's a whole show. But it's Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan bleeding buckets in the ring against each other. Like there's a novelty to it. It's pretty incredible. And then Brock Lesnar breaking his neck off the top rope against Kurt or whatever he ended up doing, and Kurt Angle going in there basically not being able to walk and still putting on like a 4.5-star match. Like just an unbelievable show.
Yeah. Do you listen to Kurt Angle's podcast that Conrad just launched?
So I listened to the one about like his leaving WWE and WrestleMania 35 kind of. I don't think I finished it, but I was listening to that. I haven't listened to the Conrad pods quite as much as I should, honestly, lately, just with podcasting. But Conrad does such a great job. What's your thoughts on the pod?
Yeah. So Kurt, you can tell like life's taking a toll on him.
Yeah.
I will say that. But the Brock episode with Mania 19 is by far the best one. It all kind of steeps downhill from there. It's still a great listen if you want busy noise and wrestling talk. I agree, though. Something to Wrestle With was great until Bruce went back. JR complains a lot, but Eric Bischoff's is the best. He just he just talks about the business and the business side of it. I mean, he was never a wrestler. He was never a worker. He was
Exactly.
I love the insight that Eric Bischoff gives.
Oh, I think it's fantastic. I also, in a completely different way, I absolutely love What Happened When with Tony Schiavone. It's not because of the insight on the business, just because Tony Schiavone's a dirty old bastard.
Yeah.
So I love What Happened When. I love Schiavone. Conrad's the man. So I love their pods. They give you so much history and insight on like the background to some of these shows that you go back and watch, and it's fun. Like for me, like for fun, like my girlfriend thinks I'm crazy, but for fun, I just like go through these periods. I'm like, right now, I was like, oh, I want to go back and watch The New Generation. So I go back and watch The New Generation. I load up all the pods of like any pod that's ever done anything related to those shows, and I watch it through, load the pods up when I'm like doing anything out, go listen to those. And Conrad's the best for that. And there's a lot of pods like that are awesome. But like the reason I was hesitant on the Angle pod ever listening was because, and he couldn't say WWE when he was the GM of like SmackDown. It's WWE. Like he's got a hard life. Like
and I'm not passing judgment. I've had my fair share of problems that he's had, but sometimes when he's laughing and answering a question and saying, "Okay, what were we talking about again?" It really just like it almost sends like chills down your spine. Like, man, it just like it makes you uncomfortable a little bit.
No, I completely get that. I completely get that. Oh, they're like starting fast here, Seth and
of course,
Sammy and KO.
Did you watch the Ring of Honor stuff when they were Generico and Steen?
Oh, you know it. Ladder Wars.
Yeah, I mean, these guys don't need to rehearse nothing. They're just gonna go out there and do it to each other.
Jim Cornette hates these guys, obviously, but he was saying whoever the backstage producer is on this match is gonna want to like kill himself after how much they're gonna want every single spot to be like what they thought of in the car, like on the way there. Like, but that's what I want to see. I want to see what they want to see, like what they want their match to be. So I trust those guys.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that creative influence has to be involved in this with Logan Paul. Like, you're gonna get a mega social media star, and he's the boxer of the brothers, right?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. He looks like him. I don't. They also could look alike. I'm not sure.
But I mean, you get a guy like that. Like, you want to make sure everything goes smoothly with him, so it's positive, interaction with him in the future or in the past. But I mean, he trains with Floyd. I know Triple H and Floyd are boys, so I'm assuming it's all gravy there.
Yeah. I think Sammy is like the funniest guy in the business. Like I think Sammy absolutely kills me. Like some of the stuff he does.
Because he does it. He's funny. He's not goofy wrestling.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, he can go wrestle and beat the shit out of you as a nasty heel, but he can also make you laugh. Like he did, like that dance that he did when the Paul kid came out. I'm like, this is great.
He's so funny. Oh, that's a hell of a move there. Oh man, I love these guys. I could watch these guys wrestle for just every pay-per-view for the rest of the time.
And how cool is it that two guys that pretty much came up together in, what was it, Quebec? I think they're from somewhere in Canada, and now they're wrestling each other on WrestleMania. Come on, how cool is that?
It's like Seth and Cesaro from last night. Those guys, in my opinion, I know you were saying, I'm not sure you said Bianca and Sasha were your favorite match. Steph and Cesaro actually put on my favorite match of the night last night. And I think a lot of that is just like this. I think those guys have been best friends since the Ring of Honor days, since the Claudio Castagnoli and Tyler Black days. So I think that it's kind of very similar. These guys, I think Seth went to WWE and didn't really have a match ready. Like, I don't think they had something ready for him a couple of months ago. And he's like, give me Cesaro. And I kind of feel like it was like a similar thing here with Sammy and KO, where it was like, if you put us together, like, we're gonna make magic happen. Yeah. So just do it. Like,
no, that match was fantastic. The only one I didn't get a chance to watch was Bad Bunny, but I've heard nothing but great things. I had to take, Badger's got to go outside every now and again. So at that point where I'm like, I don't know the card order, but I know I got to get back for Sasha and Bianca. So let's just go now, dude.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to get to my number 4 WrestleMania here, but I want to keep calling the action here a little bit with Sammy and KO here. Their counters are incredible. Oh. This is like, yeah, I absolutely love the KO Mania gimmick with the shirts where he's like photoshopping over whatever WrestleMania number he's at now.
Yeah, I love it. I love it too.
He's just the best. Yeah, these guys just get it, and you hear them when they go on Jericho's pod or back in the day. I love going on. I'm not a huge fan of Jericho's podcast and kind of what it's become, where it's just all. You'd actually probably be a bigger fan of it than me because you're a really big like rock music fan. I feel like it's kind of become way more of like a music podcast, and then sometimes he has AEW one. Back when Jericho was still in WWE, and he was just having these dudes on like every week, like whoever it was, like Edge or Paul Heyman or Sami Zayn and KO. Some of those things are like still fun to go back and listen to. And Sammy and KO on that show just come off like they just like get it from a fan perspective. Like, yeah, they know what we want to see, and I love the Blue Thunder Bomb. A big thing for me is I want wrestlers to have multiple moves they can use to finish people with. Sammy never finishes anyone with a Blue Thunder Bomb, but I think that would be like, I think he should have like 2 moves he could finish you with, kind of.
See, and I'm taking the stance of I think everybody has too many false finishes these days. Like nobody has that one move that just beats you. So like I think it came, and I'm not ever going to talk negative. This isn't a negative take on John Cena, but I think it started at that time because he was kicking out of people's finishes and having really good matches. And I think that kind of swerved where now everybody wants to say, well, I'm match 2 on independent wrestling show in somewhere in Massachusetts. I got to have 7 false finishes. You don't need 7 false finishes. The last match on the card needs to have 3 or 4, not 7. You can have a couple matches, have your dips here and there, get that like, oh, I thought he had him type reaction, but not just back and forth with falsies. I'm not a big fan of that. Got to have your strong move that takes people down.
No, I actually think that what I said kind of goes with that, though. I think either people need to have that finisher that they don't do every match, that it only comes out sometimes when they really need to finish someone off, and also saying that I think someone should have 2 moves, like if they want to have a submission and a finisher. I think that kind of goes hand in hand because you're not finishing someone with the same move every time, and you're also. But there should be some people who if I'm trying to think of an example, like Edge with the spear, kind of like that. That's his move. Like he doesn't need a second move, but people are going to kick out of that anyway. There's no move now that's protected at this point. It's like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's terrible. I hate that more than I hate what I'm saying for sure. But
go ahead, your show.
No, you're right. You're welcome. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like even people kicking out of the tombstone at Mania. Kane did it the first time, and it was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw anybody kick out of it again until Shawn. Or maybe did Batista at 23? Because that match rules too. Batista
That's a great match.
23, awesome. Best match. Yeah, for me. God, now I want to go back and look at it. I want to know who's kicked out of the tombstone in between between 25 and 14.
I do know that for a while he wasn't doing it as Biker Taker.
Right.
Because he didn't probably do it for like a year.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's not letting anybody kick out of that thing on a random SmackDown either.
No.
For pay-per-views, if anybody's kicking out. Actually, it's probably just got to be Mania if anybody's kicking out of that thing. I'm trying to think of the Mania. I don't think Randy kicked out at 21. No.
I don't know. Mark Henry. It was a casket match, so he didn't
Right.
kick out. But WrestleMania 20 would be my number 4 WrestleMania. I talked about the Benoit triple threat earlier. I absolutely love that match. It's just incredible. To this day, it's something I still go back and watch. And then we were just talking about John Cena. This was like the jumping off point for John Cena against Big Show. He puts him up in the FU. That's like, boom, there you go, John. Like that got him his really push, I feel like. And I remember my dad still references. My dad's a casual fan who like he only watched it around whenever I was watching it. And I remember he still references that. He was like, my dad used to always get upset when the big guys would lose. He's like, that wouldn't happen in a real fight. And I'm like, and I used to get so mad. And he's like, John Cena, I can't believe John Cena lifted the Big Show. And now it's like John Cena's like this huge guy. Back then he wasn't. So that was a huge moment. And it was such a perfect way to open a show. It was like the perfect Mania opener.
Yeah, and I think, we talked about the main, we talked about the opener. We got Angle and Guerrero, so we know that's automatically a 5-star. But Christian and Jericho is another low-key underrated match on that card. That match is awesome as well.
Anytime Trish Stratus is involved, I'm in. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that match. It was like I remember I had heard on podcast. Oh, Kevin Owens won. I keep getting distracted. I'll try to do a better job paying attention to the finish. But Kevin Owens won. Logan Paul's in the ring. I'm assuming Logan Paul's taking a bump here or bumping Sammy. Yeah. Logan Paul's pretty big. Wow. He's like way taller than Kevin.
Oh, look at him working the hard cam, raising Kevin Owens' hand.
He gets it.
He knows where the cameras are at. That's why he's got millions.
Uh-oh. Logan Paul shoves Sammy down. That's it. That's all we're getting.
I think you're about 10.
KO needs to stun him. KO needs to stun him. Oh, you better. Come on, stun him. They can't just let KO walk out like that.
Just wait. Just wait maybe 8 more seconds. I think I'm about 8 seconds ahead of you on the stream.
Oh, damn.
Takes it better than most. I will say that.
That was good. I like the sell job. That wasn't bad at all.
He took that a lot better than people that I know in wrestling could take that move.
Wow, that was pretty good. I guess he did only have to learn how to take one move, so he better got it right. But we've seen worse for sure. We've seen Linda McMahon,
and he's actually selling it too. Like,
yeah, he didn't just get right up. I don't need the crowd shots like constantly, and then a replay of the crowd shot.
Oh man.
Oh. These his kids and his wife? Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, there we go.
I just want to say congratulations on being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. You think I can check out that brain? Whoa. Get your hands on the size of my head. Whoa. I bet you have a hard time finding gloves. And probably socks. What you should do? You should open up the giant store. We sell giant clothes, giant jewelry.
I'll tell you, Great Khali is terrible, but I will never not be around for a Great Khali promo because it is just a train wreck. I literally sat through that entire Hall of Fame just waiting for the best induction speech ever, and it was 1 minute and 35 seconds.
I remember. So I was at Battleground 2019. In Philly, and Jinder Mahal defended the WWE title against Randy, and Khali came out and helped Jinder win in the Punjabi prison. and I thought the Great Khali was back. Like, I thought we were doing the Great Khali thing again. But it was just like a one-night show up and help Jinder thing, which is honestly almost like weirder.
Well, I think isn't he full-time in India now?
I guess so, yeah. I think he owns a company or something.
Man, this interaction with Khali and Riddle has to be comedic gold.
RVD is like an all-time favorite of mine as someone with a bit of a green thumb myself. I'm a big RVD guy.
No issues with that. You should follow my guy Ricky Archer on Twitter. He's the next in line. So if I'm going to pub anybody that's not me on this, everybody's got to follow Ricky Archer and Charlie Cashew on the independent wrestling scene. Those guys are the next ones that you're going to want to pay attention to.
Hell yeah. I see you guys. I see you retweeting the Chaotic Wrestling account all the time. Yeah. It's always good to see the guys coming up through the pipeline. Hopefully that we'll see one day on Peacock now, I guess. It's so weird to say Peacock. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, even like the Chaotic and New England Pro Wrestling Academy, like they produced Sasha Banks, they produced Tommaso Ciampa, that Ivar came through there. I mean, they've had 3 guys signed to NXT deals since the pandemic hit. You know, it's just they continue just pumping talent out, and I really feel like those are the next 2 that you need to keep your eyes on. And when you watch them, you'll be like, okay, yeah, I can see why.
And yeah, I mean, you just named 2 of the best in the absolute world with Sasha and Ciampa. Yeah. So. Is it Ciampa or Ciampa? I say it wrong. Is it Ciampa?
I think it's I mean, I don't think he cares one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't want Tommaso mad at me.
Yeah, we'll probably figure it out. I can ask a few friends to see if they can ask him, but
every time I always talk about him on anything, I'm always like Ciampa. Yeah. But just let me finish out my list. I keep getting so sidetracked. I'm the worst at staying on a topic, especially doing a watch along thing. But Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar. Honestly, it wasn't I honestly think it adds to the show though. That's that's the first of its kind of a crowd just taking over and saying, "Screw you! We don't want this."
And screw you both. Not just one way or the other. It wasn't like, hey, I don't want you to force feed me Roman Reigns. It's I don't want to see either of these 2. They're gone. I don't care. Get this out of here.
It's awesome. Even as a kid, I remember being like, what's going on? Why are they just booing everyone? And you had the Rock and Sock connection coming back against Evolution. And you just look at the names in that match now with Mick and The Rock versus Batista, Randy, and Rick. It's 3 of the top 20 to 30, whatever. It's four of the top 10.
I mean, the story going into it was great. The Rock's promo earlier in the night was fantastic as usual, but the match just wasn't as good as we wanted it to be. No. But I don't know if I care as much about that because the story, everything else about it was so great. And then, Randy and Mick had that match at Backlash that year that really put Randy on the map. And I mean, look at that trajectory after that match for Randy. Drops the belt to Edge at Vengeance that year, has that fantastic, that Randy and Edge match in Vengeance is fantastic. Go watch that standalone. Gets the belt from Benoit at SummerSlam, drops it back to Triple H. Shortly thereafter, you got to transition him back to being a heel because Randy's going to Randy. That match really just took him from being hey, I'm this underneath guy in Evolution, and I got a lot of potential. I'm this, and that whole thing just wrapped up Randy Orton and said, nope, this is where he's going, and he's going to the top, and he's stayed right there ever since that match.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at every single important main event star in the history of the wrestling business, Mick Foley is somewhere involved in that story.
Yeah.
For a certain amount of time. He is just the absolute best, and he's just a beacon to the industry of professional wrestling.
I think it all originates when he put over your boy Triple H at the Garden at the Rumble 2000. I think that's where that concept started.
Triple H has been trying to have a better match than that for 21 years, and he hasn't done it. That match is perfect. I love that match. There's 5 to 7 VHSs that I got from I remember Blockbuster near me went out of business, so I went and bought a couple. I remember my dad took me. It must have been for my birthday or something, and we bought a bunch of the VHSs that they were gonna throw away or whatever when they closed that I had been renting a million times. I had rented Royal Rumble 2000 like 15 times. So I like bought all these things, and Royal Rumble 2000 is one of those that just sticks with me. So that Cactus Jack Triple H feud is just, even the No Way Out match too. Like that, their match is just, that feud is unbelievable. And then the year before in '99, the Mankind Rock feud is
the chair shot, yeah.
Oof. That Rumble '99 is a big one from my childhood too, which is probably why I'm turned out as messed up as I am. But
do you remember watching Raw the next night and when they unveiled the piped-in music of him saying "I quit"? And you, because I do, I remember seeing that. I'm like, no way.
Oh, and then I mean, I always say that the Raw that led to that, the January 4th Raw where Mankind beat The Rock for the championship, is the best Raw in WWE history. I think it's just the best story they ever told on one show.
Yeah, that was in Worcester, Mass. When I was living out in Boston, one of my good friends that I made out there, he was at that show. So listen to like that firsthand account. Whew. You want to talk about crowd reactions? Like that Stone Cold reaction? Man.
Number one of all time for me. I always say, like, I CM Punk in Chicago, Dolph Ziggler night after Mania. They honestly, those both belong in the conversation. There's a bunch of Austin moments. I know he has one where he comes out as a babyface to beat up like everyone from the Alliance and the Invasion.
Oh yeah,
I know that's a big one. I know Austin's got a bunch of those like that, but none of them top coming out to save Mick Foley and to screw over The Rock and Vince. You ruined it, damn it! And it's, oh my God, that's just such a perfect moment. And then Mick gets on the mic after and shows a little glimpse into why he's like the most likable professional wrestler of all time, like thanking his wife and kids. And he's just, that match is just unbelievable. I absolutely love it. I keep getting so sidetracked. Man, anytime you bring up Mick Foley, I've got to pray. We're on a wrestling podcast. I haven't praised Mick Foley yet. It's been 2 hours. I have to do it.
So is that leading to your third-ranked Mania, a Mick Foley moment?
Yeah, let's look. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, no, he wasn't here. Mania 3 is Mania 30. I really talked about the reasons I love Mania 30 about Daniel Bryan, and they're almost all Daniel Bryan related. But you did get that big Shield moment, even if it's like a 2-minute match. You saw the Shield entrance at Mania coming down through the crowd. You saw Triple H versus Daniel Bryan, which was fantastic. It was a great match. Triple H really did such a good job putting him over there. I loved the finish to that match. I loved Stephanie being a heel the entire match. That was fantastic. Cesaro got his moment in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. I thought that was the best Battle Royal that they've ever done like that, because it actually had a finish that mattered with Cesaro dumping Big Show like that. And I off the top of my head, I can't remember too many more matches from that card that were like amazing. Oh, well, I can't believe I didn't mention it. It wasn't a great match. But I had it down too, of course. Taker and Brock, obviously. It's such a moment. That's one of those moments where I remember exactly where I was. I remember exactly who I was watching with. You did they mess up? Was that a botch?
You tell your story, and then I'll tell mine of that exact moment.
Yeah, I was with the guy that was on here before on the live stream, Matt. We were watching, and we couldn't get it to stream to the TV for some reason. So we were watching Mania 30 on a laptop. We watched it just live on a laptop, like huddled next to each other. And that 1, 2, 3 happens, and we look at each other like the guy that they showed that became the famous meme. And I just that had to be a mistake. It had to, like, we were like being such marks about it. And we couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. But I kind of think it was the right decision looking back on it. I kind of think it worked out well.
Yeah. Well, it benefited the long term of the WWE, because if Brock Lesnar can beat Undertaker at WrestleMania, like, you really can't beat Brock Lesnar. But I was actually in Vegas at that time, first stint in Vegas. I was hanging out with Jeremy Botter, who is one of the top Bleacher Report reporters. He's actually spent the weekend with Becky Lynch at Mania 35, covering her for Bleacher Report. So he has shared some similar stories about Mania 35 with me. And the owner of the Las Vegas Fight Shop. So if you follow a lot of the independent guys and those AEW guys, that's a one-stop shop. They sell a lot of great wrestling stuff. Just supporters of independent wrestling and professional wrestling alike. So we're sitting at the owner's house, And we're eating, we're having a few beers, we're laughing, yada, yada. The girl I was dating at the time was actually wearing a Daniel Bryan shirt, so I always laugh at that too. But I remember he hit that third F5, and I'm like, Taker's kicking out of it. And Jeremy looks at me and goes, that's the third. He ain't kicking out of that. And I'm like, pfft. And then that 3 count hit, and it was just silence. Like the girls, the girls that were with us at the time, Scott's wife and Tiffany and all that, they were talking. But the 3 dudes just kind of froze and looked at each other like, is that supposed to happen? We're not sure. And then it all kind of like sunk in. We're like, wow, that just happened.
As soon as they put that 21-1 up on the screen, you're like, oh my God. Like it wasn't a mistake.
Dude, but even more of a tip of the hat to DB getting that crowd back into it for that finish, right? Like how do you outdo that? How do you outdo Taker's streak getting broken?
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Bryan.
It took the most beloved babyface since Hulk Hogan. Like, just universal love.
Yeah, I mean, that was looking back on that and just realizing that now, that's how impressive Daniel Bryan is as an in-ring performer and getting an audience like into it. What else is on that
card? The Mania 30 card. Let me pull it up. It wasn't a deep card for sure.
No. Cena and Wyatt. Nothing memorable there, which is fine with everything we talked about. And then
I like their feud. They actually ended up having a good match at a pay-per-view after Mania, I remember, where Bray went over.
Because you got the Usos involved, and the Usos tore it up with Roman and Harper at all those pay-per-views going through.
Yeah.
Those matches were awesome.
Yeah, I thought that they had a good feud, but I thought Bray should have went over there at Mania. I think Bray should have went over a lot of times that he didn't go over, but they have not been great to my man Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, Bray's super intriguing to me. I think he's fantastic. It's just sometimes it's like I don't get it why he loses. Like tonight, I don't understand why he lost. I mean, this should be a culmination. There should be an end to the story at WrestleMania, not continuing the story. But
exactly.
I mean, I'm just happy as a lark that there's fans in attendance and we can listen to live crowd reactions for everybody not named Hulk Hogan, anyways.
What else? Yeah, I mean the women, like a women big match. Yeah, whatever. So, I'll get to my number 2 here. And I know you didn't mention it because of your anti Bret Hart feelings, but WrestleMania 10. I absolutely love WrestleMania 10. I'm in the minority. I think 1994 is an extremely underrated year in professional wrestling. More so just at WWF. WCW had a good year too. ECW had a good year too. It's kind of like building up of ECW. But WCW, I mean, they get Hogan. They do the Hogan Flair feud. That's pretty much kind of all of 94. And that's pretty much all that they did that was that good in 94. But WWF, you look at, I know you're not a huge Bret guy. I think that Bret Owen storyline and feud is the best. I think it's the best thing Bret Hart ever did. I think, besides maybe 97 as a heel, I think Bret and Owen just tore the house down every single time they wrestled each other. I actually think that they should not have had Bob Backlund win the belt at Survivor Series to job it to Diesel. They should have had Owen Hart win the belt from Bret at SummerSlam. If Bret was such a for the business guy, he would have jobbed to Owen and given him the belt. But whatever. Bret should have jobbed to Owen. Owen should have had the belt, kept it for a few months, then jobbed to Diesel, and it would have meant more when Diesel took it from Owen if he had it for a few months than when he took it from Backlund, who had it for like 2 days. But the craziest thing is Owen Hart, when he's at WrestleMania in 1994, WrestleMania 10, WWE didn't have faith in him because he couldn't cut a promo. They said like, Owen, he can't talk, so we wanted to be Bruce Hart initially because that's who pitched the idea to wrestle with Bret. So thankfully, Bret talked them into it being Owen. But you look at what happened by Survivor Series. Owen Hart was like the manager for Bob Backlund and like his talking piece for Bob Backlund. So he went from not being able to cut his own promos to the point where he could be a main eventer to the point where he had to cut someone else's promos. So I think that just shows the growth of Owen Hart during that Bret feud. And I think this beating Bret at the opening match, the best opening match of any pay-per-view ever, in my opinion. I think that set the feud up so perfectly to go into SummerSlam for a great cage match. And then, of course, the best match of the night it's not Owen Brett, because if Bret Hart's going to have a great match, Shawn Michaels is just going to have a better match because that's Shawn Michaels' MO. And Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon steal the show. It doesn't hold up as well as you'd hope it would because of how many ladder matches we've seen.
Right.
But even still, it's so fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the opener is fantastic. Like 5 stars. Like if we're doing rating systems, there's been no flaws with that match. My shade with Bret Hart does not come from him not being that great in the ring. Like he is fantastic. I will put him in a top 10 conversation, maybe even a top 5 if you want to have it. But he's not better than Shawn Michaels. He never has been, never will be, and that's okay. Right? That's all I got with Bret. It is what it is. But that opener with Owen is fantastic. And at that time, I'm entirely okay with Bret having the crowning achievement. Like they closed Mania with him winning the championship. I think the brass learned the year before, like, no, you really don't want to close the show with, like, Bret was the guy at that time. But that ladder match, it's always going to stand the test of time in conversations, especially when you go back and watch it. And you want to talk about 94 being an underrated year. It's because you look at, it doesn't matter where you fall on the Shawn or Bret tree. If you like wrestling, go watch every single show from that year. You know, I can't remember what Shawn, Rumble 94.
Rumble's a little bit rough, but they still have a great tag match with Owen and Bret where Owen turns on Bret.
The Quebecers, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did Shawn do there?
Shawn's just in the Rumble, I believe, and Shawn interferes with. Oh no, that's 95. I think Shawn's just in the Rumble, but it's Undertaker and Yoko in the casket match, which is a selfish. I personally love the Undertaker Yoko feud from that year. I thought it was excellent. Sheamus goes over Riddle. That's like, it feels like they made a lot of decisions on who's going over on this card. Just like people think Riddle's going over, we got to be like the other way.
That's right. So the next pay-per-view was King of the Ring, where Owen won.
Yeah, and Bret and Diesel have a fantastic match at that pay-per-view. Bret and Diesel, low-key, great matches.
Yeah, fantastic. Every single one of them.
Yeah, I think it was King of the Ring 94.
The Survivor Series that year too, right?
Yeah, no, Survivor. That was King of the Ring 94, Rumble 95, and Survivor Series 95. Because Diesel won it right before the Rumble. That was his first defense against Bret, and then Diesel jobbed it to Bret at Survivor Series 95, getting rolled up. Ooh, Riddle is leaking from the mouth. Holy hell! He was like a water. It was like coming out. Oh, holy hell! That brogue kick that was nice. That was pretty sick, actually. Wow, his lips are like swollen as hell. Oh my god.
Well, he ate it. He ate that.
Yeah.
Bird.
Yeah.
All right, just put your hand up every now and again, friend. Just do that. I know we all want to eat it, but if you tell somebody to swing for the fences, you just got to protect yourself. Speaking from experience.
Yeah. Wow. They're showing it again. Oh my god. You can tell right away too that Riddle's like, oh shit. I got kicked right in the fucking face. Like,
if you want a good wrestling story, so I was wrestling an individual, just don't want to name names. Don't know how they're gonna take it, but I'm working heel. It's big jacked up guy that's they're looking to shove in the main event. Having a good 8-minute wrestling match, and he does his comeback thing where I eventually feed to the corner. He hits me with something, and he charges up, and he's coming with a big boot. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to feed into it. And I'm going to take it, and I'm going to sell it out. Well, he took it and knocked me silly and busted me wide open. Like, we got it just pouring down. So we finished it. We got through the match, and, I powdered out because I saw how much I was bleeding, and I got to the back, and one of my good friends is patching me up. So I'm sitting there, and everybody's like, oh, you got to go to the hospital and get stitches. And looking at my buddy who's literally pouring me a Jack Daniels in a cup and giving it to me after the match to kind of come down from it and figure out what's going on. I was like, I don't need stitches, man. Just super glue that thing shut. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, no, just super glue it shut. And he looked at it a little bit more, and he's like, yeah, we'll just super glue it shut. So that night. And then, so I lost a lot of blood, drank a lot of Jack Daniels that night. But that's a good Cintron wrestling story is sometimes you feed into it when you tell guys to swing for the fences, you got to prepare for it or stuff like that's going to happen.
Yeah, man, that was a brutal kick right there from Sheamus. I'm sure, I mean, that's just such a hard spot to gauge too. Like, how is Sheamus supposed to pull back there at all on like a flippy spot like that?
The only thing that comes to mind there is that Adam Cole Ricochet kick at that NXT TakeOver a few years ago. That was perfectly timed by both of those two.
Of course. I mean, Adam Cole is just
Unreal.
too damn good. Too damn good. I actually, right before I went on live at 7 o'clock, I had watched night 1 of TakeOver, and I had seen, I think, like the first hour of night 2. So I hadn't seen. I basically saw all night 2 up to Balor, Cross, and the main event, Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly. And I thought Balor and Cross were a little disappointing, just because I think I have pretty high hopes for Karrion Kross. So I feel like I was a little disappointed that I thought it would be a little bit of a better match, like a 4+ star match. But then Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly just
Of each other.
Oh my God! Like you can tell that those dudes are just best friends with the way that they're working stiff as hell in that match. It's like, oh my God.
So from the inside wrestling perspective, like I've known Kevin or Karrion Kross for years. I've known him when he was first coming in and had like a little bushy haircuts and was just trying to find his way and was in this weird faction with a few other folks, and just watching his progression and seeing him take that moment. The last thing, that you remember from that NXT run that they're going to have on Wednesday nights is Karrion Kross winning the belt in that unsanctioned match, right? But nobody deserves that spot more than Kevin or Karrion, whatever you want to call him. He's going to take that thing to another level, like he always has. Like, I don't know if you got to track the Impact stuff, but his promos, but you get that NXT presentation. He's going to take it to another level, and I'll take that to the bank. Trust me. Like, whatever money you want to put down on it, I know we're degenerate gamblers ourselves. That guy's going to take it to another level. From seeing him, what was it, probably 6-7 years ago, being an underneath guy in some weird 6-man faction where I'm like, you're selling too much. Look at the size of you and look who you are. Like, you should just be you're the Michael Myers of pro wrestling. And I think he still carries a little bit of that conversation. I'm not taking credit. I'm just it's awesome to see somebody take a little idea that I had and just run with it. And then with Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly, yeah, when you're out there with your buddies and you're telling a story like that, you're going to beat the shit out of each other and you're going to enjoy it and you're going to lay it in a little bit harder because it's not going to mean anything. Like, if one of my buddies is out there with me and he catches me stiff with something, I don't care. He's going to get a receipt, but that adds to the story. There's none of that fake, like, oh, I whiffed this forearm. No, like, I landed that forearm because I threw that forearm at that guy. But I've known Adam Cole since the Ring of Honor days, and he's another 5-star human being that deserves everything that's coming his way. And I wish those guys nothing but the best, because Kyle O'Reilly has been his friend for a long time too. And I know Austin wants him to succeed just as much as he wants himself to succeed. And, Roddy kind of shying back to the Messiah of the Backbreaker thing. I think there's a lot of good things coming on that NXT brand that we just need to wait and watch and see how it all develops.
Absolutely. No, I mean, NXT's got some of my favorite guys in the business. I mean, you look at Adam Cole, you got Kyle O'Reilly, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa. I honestly haven't watched enough of Walter, or just NXT UK in general. And that Walter Ciampa match from the other night, oh my God, I need to watch more of this guy.
Same. Like, the few matches that I've seen of him have been great. Like, I watch him and I'm like, there's not a lot of negativity here. There's not a lot that I don't like.
Yeah. I think NXT is
Wale Mania.
Oh, I'm a big Wale mark. So this is cool for me personally. Oh, there we go. I met Wale at the Rumble 2015 in Philly. By met, I meant I walked by him and yelled, "Yo, Wale!" And he went, "Yo, what's up?" or whatever. So that's me meeting Wale. Oh, he's doing Big E's, so that's cool.
That is cool.
I think they're boys. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I actually feel pretty passionately about this matchup here. I think Big E is a main eventer waiting to happen. I love Big E. I'm a huge New Day mark in general. I think Big E could be a perfect foil for Roman in the coming months or leading into SummerSlam, whatever they want to do. So, and I get the notion that people want to say, you got to take the IC belt off of Big E to get him into that main event. I just don't think losing to Apollo Crews at WrestleMania is going to do him any favors. I think Big E needs to win this match tonight, and I'm nervous that they're putting over Apollo personally.
Well, so here's what scares it from the booking perspective is, we didn't have a title change in the ladies' tag titles earlier, and I'm not smelling Roman losing the belts. Like, you're going to go. I mean, I feel like Rhea's going to take it off.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're going to go 3 retain, but I agree with you. I am fully aligned with you on the Big E take.
Yeah, I really hope Big E gets his moment here. If you're going to split him up from the New Day, it shouldn't be to jog to Apollo Crews at WrestleMania. So, and I get that I'm saying Apollo Crews in a demeaning way, maybe, and that's fine. They want to push Apollo Crews. That's fine. He's been pretty irrelevant for a pretty long time. So I don't think the casual wrestling fan that's tuning in for just WrestleMania should really get Big E putting over Apollo Crews. So I'm hoping they do the right thing.
And that's what I feel like the booking's kind of been here, is getting people back watching the product because it's on Peacock. There's a new hype. You're going to tune back in, see what's different. There's fans again. Like, I want to watch it. I'd hitch the wagon for Big E every single day.
Yeah, I completely agree. So I guess I'll get to my number 1 WrestleMania of all time. And it's actually my number 1 pay-per-view of any kind of all time. I think WrestleMania X7, WrestleMania 17. I think it's just untouchable for me. It doesn't even have that much like filler on it at all. It's like you said, Jericho Regal opens the show. You have a little bit of filler with a 6-man tag with the APA and Raven, Kane, Big Show, and Test Eddie Guerrero. Test Eddie Guerrero is still a pretty good match, but those 3 matches are a little bit of filler. But then after that, you get. No, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
That's Eddie. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Eddie in there with anybody. That's what happens.
Exactly. So after the Test Eddie match, you take, let's say we won't count Ivory China, Kurt Angle and Benoit, Shane McMahon, Vince McMahon, the Dudley Boys, Christian and Edge and the Hardy Boys, Triple H, Undertaker, and The Rock and Stone Cold. And that's just, you can't touch that. That's 5 like 4+ star matches. Like I'm Shane Vince. It's not like a working clinic. It's incredible. That's like storytelling at its finest right there with Shane and Vince. I'm the biggest Shane. Like, I absolutely love Shane. I used to love the matches with Shane. I think Shane X-Pac at WrestleMania 15 is underrated. So anytime Shane gets involved to work, especially back in those days, I was a big fan. I love the Shane Vince match. Kurt Angle Benoit is just I said Shane Vince wasn't a clinic. That is a clinic. Like, and it also doesn't hurt that Paul Heyman is on commentary for this show. Oh my God, Jim Ross and Paul Heyman. Just a treat. They were such a treat. Oh,
that is King and JR, and that's not an insult to King and JR, right?
Way better, in my opinion. I'll say it as an insult or not as an insult. I'm not the biggest Jerry the King Lawler guy. I think he's a legend. I get it, but I think his commentary's always been a bit overrated. He was good when he first started, like '94, when he was still kind of wrestling, but once he kind of stopped working, I've been out on the King. But I think Paul Heyman's an absolute genius. I think that you put him and Jim Ross in the same booth. Those are the 2 smartest dudes in the business, 2 of the smartest dudes in the business who know the history of the business and have been involved in every aspect of it. And they were just so great. I remember there's a famous thing in that match with Kurt and Benoit where neither of them punched each other for a long time. Because they were like just trying to out wrestle each other. And Kurt Angle finally, after like 10 minutes, punches Benoit to get him off of him. And Paul Heyman goes, "You see what that was? That was Kurt Angle telling Chris Benoit that you're better than me." Like in the real, like, I have to resort to these tactics. And it's like Paul Heyman knew how to just tell a story. And
but that is like every wrestling school I've been in, baby faces don't punch. So when that baby face finally punches, and I get it. I mean, if anybody wants to talk about Shawn and his punching and his shines and his comebacks, and it's fine. But that meant something, and Paul Heyman capitalized on it because he gets it. Like, Kurt Angle finally threw a punch, being that Olympic wrestler, like gold medalist, great wrestler, now throws a punch. Now it's at a different level because the commentary registers it and makes the audience register it too. So good.
It's incredible. And then we get – you didn't even mention this match. This is I know you're not a big gimmick match. My favorite non-one-on-one match of all time, like any match involving multiple people, is TLC 2 at WrestleMania 17. I think it's awesome that it was the culmination of three ladder matches: WrestleMania, SummerSlam, WrestleMania. The same three teams. Each team had like a sidekick for that Mania. The Dudley Boys had Spike, Christian and Edge had Rhino, and the Hardy Boys had Lita, obviously. And I just thought it was so cool to see all the spots that they did in that match. It seemed like they finally worked those first two matches to get to that third match being perfect. I know that there's debate on which of those three matches were the best. I think WrestleMania 17 is those six guys are the biggest stars that they ever were at any point, not any point in their career for Edge or Jeff Hardy, but
was Jeff holding on to the titles and Edge spearing? Okay.
Yeah, it's the last clip from my intro.
Yeah, that is the best TLC match out of it. But I'm not a big gimmick guy. That's why I didn't bring it up. But that's just me. But I've watched them all, and I don't hate them. I'm just not going to go back and watch a TLC match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I usually am with you. I just think that this match is like special with the Dudley, and it's also TLC means nothing now. It's like a TLC match is just because it's a pay-per-view on the card. This was a TLC match because the Dudley Boys used tables, the Hardy Boys used ladders, and the Edge used the concerto. So it had a story. It's like when they had the first Buried Alive match, it had a story. When you trot it back out there for like Heidenreich versus Undertaker, it doesn't work. So the reason that TLC worked that time is because of it had a story leading into it that made sense that was the match that they'd pick. And I think it culminated perfectly, that series of ladder matches. And then, obviously, you get The Rock versus Stone Cold Steve Austin, the two biggest stars maybe in the history of the business at their hottest point ever. And it's just – those are two titans showing off. And it's like whatever you want to say about the finish, whatever.
I was just going to bring that up. Like, where do you –
30 minutes.
Where do you put that finish in ranking of WrestleMania finishes?
So I'm not as negative on the Austin heel turn as most people. That's a shocking take from me. Oh, and it's dumb. It was bad for business. I'm not disagreeing with that. It really hurt them coming out of WrestleMania 17 without WCW. But you go back and watch some of that 2001 stuff with crazy Stone Cold Steve Austin telling Vince, I love you and I trust you, Vince. I know you love me as much as I love you. But Stone Cold being like a chicken shit heel was some of the funniest shit. The stuff with Kurt Angle with the cowboy hats, and it's just some of it made for some of the most fun TV ever. So I'm not as negative on it as most, but obviously, just if you're talking about WrestleMania 17, if Stone Cold Steve Austin gives Vince the finger and stunners Rock 7 times and wins, probably a better finish. And Texas certainly would have went along with it a little better. They did not treat Stone Cold as the heel there.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's the only bad booking in it is if you're going to flip Stone Cold heel, you can't do it in Texas when he's the Texas Rattlesnake. He's not going to do anything that they're not going to support. And especially because he's been anti-establishment and middle fingers and F you to everybody up until then. That was the only drop for WrestleMania 17 for me, and I felt like you were going to have that on your list, so that's why I left it off. It's actually kind of fun to have my number 1 transition to your number 5.
Yeah.
That wasn't planned for those that are actually tuned in right now.
No, there's no plan. We're going off the seat of our pants here, but I'm having a blast. You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like, Tyler. I'm staying until the main event here. So if you got to take Badger out, whatever, you got to do whatever you got to do. You're more than welcome to stay or do whatever you got to do. But I'm watching Big E's going, or Apollo's going ham on Big E with the kendo here, putting him on the table. I will say this: Apollo's in insane shape. Holy hell!
He always has been and always will be.
Yeah, Uha Nation back in the day.
And the big dumb retard from Retribution just came out.
Oh man, I'm not. What's going on? I see the big ending. What? Oh, this sucks. That was a terrible choke slam. So he's going to be Apollo's guy now, I guess.
I mean, I get the concept here. Like a Sean guy understands the Diesel aspect, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's not how you do it.
I'm upset. I can't sugarcoat it. I think that match sucked. And I think that finish sucked.
Oh, it hurts my brain. It hurts the soul.
This has not been a great, honestly, just full disclosure. I don't think this has been a great.
Night one has absolutely been better.
What's been the best match so far? I don't even know.
Randy going over. Come on.
Yeah, that match sucked though. Like I was not. Oh my god. What's his name? That guy?
Atu or Butu or something like that. Just it doesn't make any sense.
Has he been with Apollo, or is he just like?
No, he was in Retribution, I think.
Yeah. I'm saying I haven't watched SmackDown the last couple of weeks, so I didn't know if he had been helping Apollo before, or if this is like a new.
He just popped up tonight with it. I mean, I watched SmackDown because Ziggler's on SmackDown.
Yeah, I watched. I did watch this week's. I watched their title defense, and it was a fun match. By the way, I love the SmackDown Tag Division. I think the SmackDown Tag Division is a lot of fun.
I don't get it. Like, you want to have these great wrestling matches at WrestleMania, and you don't have Dolph Ziggler in any of them.
I'm a big fan of the Street Profits. I think Montez Ford is a future main eventer. Why are Dolph and Rude not facing the Street Profits at this show?
You mean Montez Ford versus Dolph Ziggler? Give him 15 minutes. Let him go.
I'm all the way in. I think Montez Ford. This is a hot take. I've said it on Twitter like a million times, but I think Montez Ford is a future world champion. Like I think that guy's got everything he needs. I think he's excellent. So I think the Street Profits have really. When I went to Elimination Chamber last year, which is the last pay-per-view with fans before COVID, the Street Profits were maybe the most over act that were at the show. Like with the solo cups coming down from the ceiling, it was over as hell. The Street Profits were everyone's favorite act that night, and I just to see what they've done with them since they've lost the belts to Rude and Ziggler probably like 4 or 5 months ago or 3 months ago, however long it's been, that they have not done anything with the Street Profits to warrant them getting the belts off of them. I thought that they were just building that back up for Dolph and Rude to have the belts for a while, make it mean something, and then job it back to the Street Profits because they only use Dolph to make other people matter. But I'm fine with Dolph keeping the belt for a while, but I do think the Street Profits should be involved because they'll have some great matches.
Well, I also like when they moved the belts back to Rude and Ziggler, I was like, okay, well, Montez Ford is going to start a singles run here, right? Mm-hmm. leave Angelo Dawkins behind. Here we go. And nothing. He's just Sasha, like he's been broadcasted as Bianca Belair's boyfriend more than anything now, or husband. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I mean, maybe not world champion type level because there's a lot of people ahead of him in line, but
of course.
Great singles talent, guy that can go in the ring. Let's have a lot of that.
I'm pretty sure he's crazy young. I think they got him really young.
Let's go look it up.
Yes, yeah.
What's his?
I don't know. He's got to be an athlete though. I know that Bianca says like he's the one who's obsessed with wrestling history and stuff, like more so than her.
So Wikipedia just has him as WWE. No previous history. Maybe
he's 30.
Maybe they met there.
Yeah, probably did. It's not that young in terms of just like how I thought he was a little younger than that. Bianca's 32. I thought they were both a little younger than that, but in terms of what the wrestlers are nowadays, it feels like all of the guys you think are like late 20s or late 30s. So 30s, when you compare it to some of the other guys that are on the card, 30 is pretty young.
Oh, absolutely. Like even anybody under 30 tonight? Nope.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, Shayna's definitely not under 30.
No.
Jax, maybe? No. Kevin
I don't
Owens,
think so.
MJ, no. Big E and Apollo, no.
Roman, Edge, Bryan, no.
Definitely not. Sheamus and Riddle, nope.
No. Yeah, I don't. I don't think of. I can't think of anyone. Oh, Dabakato. That's that guy's name, Dabakato.
I'm glad that we had to look that up to figure out who he is to help Apollo at WrestleMania, just speaking for the general wrestling fan.
No, you're absolutely right. If we don't know who that is, that's a problem. So what's left on this card so far? We got the main event. We got Rhea Asuka.
I was going to say there's the 2 championship matches, and there's got to be a filler in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm blanking on. No, I can't. We had Riddle Sheamus. We had the women's tag. We had KO Sammy. We had Big E Apollo. We had Fiend Ready. I think it's just Asuka Rhea and the triple threat.
Yeah, literally the 2 championship matches.
I don't mind that.
Wikipedia already has it updated.
I don't mind. I get how last night they wanted the first match to be Drew McIntyre and Bobby because it is the first match with fans and the first match of the Mania in general. I get that they didn't have as much pressure to start off with like a championship match tonight, so I don't mind having the 2 biggest matches last.
Me either.
Oh, Philly score to go up 7-6 in the top of the 9th inning. Hell yeah.
I've been riding the Dodgers and Brewers the last couple of days, and it's made me quite a bit of cash.
I took the Dodgers -1.5 today. That was big time.
Yeah.
It saved me. I went 0-4 yesterday, so the Dodgers were my first win in a while. Oh, wait. Apparently he's out. Apparently the Phillies scored a go-ahead run in the top of the 9th, but apparently they're reviewing it and he's probably out. So not a go-ahead run.
I got the spite bet of the day tomorrow. So a guy from Wisconsin, born and raised, that lived in Boston. I am taking the Boston Red Sox money line, whatever it is, against the Minnesota Twins tomorrow. Just out of spite. No reason. Sometimes you need to hit those too.
I'm taking the Cleveland Indians out of spite tomorrow because the White Sox screwed me so bad today, blowing it in the 9th inning. So I'm going with the Indians against the White Sox. I'll be chasing the White Sox around the country.
I'll ride it too. Let's roll.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're doing a Hall of Fame. Didn't we do this last night?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this should be the filler between the 2. Like, we want to, like, let's get the ladies out there and then have this. And I'm going to go get a couple beers from the fridge on that note.
Hell yeah! So we got RVD, one of the inductees, one of my all-time faves. Molly Holly, not one of my faves. no real opinion on Molly Holly.
But her like working with a lot of those like bikini models and lingerie peoples, like she got the best out of them. So she's a solid, like actual worker. I understand why she's not favorable on anybody's list.
No, of course. I respect what she's been able to do for sure. Everyone that's ever, kind of like what you said about Natty, it seems everyone that's ever been around her loves her.
And that's so rare in wrestling. Like the circles I've been through, and you talk to a few folks in wrestling, and they're like, "Yeah, I know my guy Tyler Cintron." He's like, "Yeah," they'll be like, "Yeah, fuck that guy."
That's how everything is. And Warrior Award, Rich Herring. Well, this is what Warrior wanted it to be. Apparently, when he proposed it in 2014, he wanted it to go to the behind the scenes people who never got any shine or credit in WWE, and it ended up going to like whoever had cancer at the time, or like kind of like whatever sad story they could get to come do a speech.
Yeah, the Warrior word is so weird to me because every account that I have of him, like especially from like Bruce's podcast and all those stories, is him just being an awful human being.
Yeah. No, it's definitely like a once you're dead, you're a saint situation.
That Kane video package for the Hall of Fame was awesome, though.
I mean, he's got so much like to use. They screwed up so badly with Kane after they took the mask off of him. He should have been like the biggest heel in the world in 2003 when he took that mask off, but instead they had him do like a 4-month feud with Shane and led to like Snitsky. Like it was the worst. Like they screwed him up so badly. I think his like psycho when he took the mask off and was just like the bald dude. I think that could have been like
so
main event.
God, it was him, RVD, and Shane at that time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had him completely like bitch out RVD. Wow, Greg Hamilton's getting fat.
My guy, Greg Colley with the double fist. Yeah, I was gonna say Ozzy ain't traveling for this. He doesn't give it. Ozzy Osbourne no shits about this.
He was at WrestleMania 2 with the British Bulldogs. It's funny, I was talking about this last night because my boy said, like, you realize that Bad Bunny, like, with what he did last night, basically ensured that if he's alive in, like, 10 years, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. Like, and it's like, oh, fuck, that's true. Because you look at some of the celebrities, they've done way less than wrestle, like, a big match at WrestleMania. Like, Bischoff in the Hall of Fame. Good for Eric Bischoff. He could not be more deserving of being. I know the Hall of Fame's kind of bullshit, but literally the only guy that went toe to toe with Vince McMahon and almost fucking won and was winning. So good for him.
Well, if it wasn't for Eric, we probably wouldn't have that Austin Rock type. We wouldn't have DX. We would probably still have Garbage Men and Dentists.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
So it's Dentist.
And even if you look from a wrestler's perspective, he guaranteed contracts. Like that, I mean, everything Eric Bischoff's done has been positive for the business pretty much. Besides not pushing like Chris Jericho. Like, but in the grand scheme of things, that's just like bullshit. I mean, that's all like mistakes for his own business. But why is Kane, I don't know if Kane's like worthy of being like, let's have everyone like I don't know if he needs his entrance.
But in this class, it probably.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Oh, so I guess that did they have the 2020 class go on last night?
Yeah, I think they did because the Hall of Fame on Tuesday was both classes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. I was saying, why are they doing it again? I forgot they had 2 classes. God damn it. The Knicks were just up like 15. They're only up 2 now.
So I have a love-hate relationship with the New York Knicks.
I'm in the same boat. I hate them generally, but they covered for me the other night, so I'm feeling good about them.
The only thing I had in play was Dallas -3 first half, and that does not look like it hit. No, it did. But they're not going to win, but it hit.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, they didn't overturn the Phillies call, and apparently the Braves fans are throwing trash on the field. If that happened in Philadelphia, we'd be a bunch of terrible people, but because it happens in Atlanta, it's got Southern charm.
Damn it. No, I took them first quarter -2, and
Damn.
they would have covered first half, though. Lesson learned. Until tomorrow, anyways.
I'm not a big Asuka guy here, to be
Really?
honest.
I
Yeah.
love
Yeah, I just can't get into her character. I don't know if that's an English speaking thing, and I don't think it is. I think Io Shirai's fantastic. So I just can't get. She's a good worker. She's definitely good at a worker. I just feel like she's had absolutely no change in her character from when she came up like 3 years ago, and it's probably mostly not her fault. But
I think she's a one-trick pony, but she does it, right?
yeah. I think that she's limited. I think that there's a limit to her upside, kinda, and I don't think that way with Rhea. Like I think Rhea could really be an absolute superstar. Like and I know she's like actually crazy young. I'm gonna look that up real quick.
24 and performing at WrestleMania back-to-back years with Charlotte Flair. Awesome.
That is ridiculous. Oh my god. She's younger than me. That makes me feel crappy. I remember like when she was NXT Women's Champion, I thought she was gonna be like the Brock Lesnar of the women's division. Like I thought she was gonna be like just run through the entire division. So when she lost to Charlotte last year, I was like shocked.
Yeah, the Charlotte loss was really, but at the same time, it's not her crowning achievement. Like she didn't come in as the challenger, so that's where it kind of made sense.
I like Rhea playing heel a little bit here. I think it'll make the match make more sense. I feel like this would have been weird as a tweener match. I don't even know who the fans like would have went for. So I'm curious. I mean, honestly though, the fans could still go for Rhea here. I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. It's crazy that they even showed a promo package there. I'm pretty sure they interacted twice on TV.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fillers here. Actually,
Yeah.
I'd like to listen to this band Rhea Ripley out.
Costello of New Year's Day. I don't know if we needed a live music entrance here.
I mean, she better go over here, right?
I hope that they're not like, oh, we gave her entrance. Like, she doesn't need to go over. Oh. I will say this is a fantastic looking stage and set. The pirate ship is a pretty perfect touch for that entrance ramp there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big John Gruden guy. That's why I came back to Vegas. So the Tampa Bay Stadium is very familiar with me, and I get why they built that entrance around all of it.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I guess I didn't even like. I'm so used to that pirate ship just kind of being like on the side of a football game. Like I'm so used to it just being like there, like off to the side and kind of like an afterthought. So when they said that it was in Tampa, I didn't even like think in my head like, oh, they'll build the set around the pirate stage. But that makes perfect sense. And they just do such a great job building these sets for WrestleMania every year. It's like it's always so breathtaking, like seeing what they're able to do in like the span of like a week or a month or whatever, setting that shit up. It's crazy.
Well, even in these times, right? Like, in dealing with that weather down there.
I'm only bringing this up because Jim Cornette brought it up actually might have been Brian Last brought it up a few weeks ago, but Rhea, this sounds like me being like a pervert or something. It seems like she might be showing off a little bit for Vince or someone in charge. Like, it seems like she's showing some skin since she's been back up on the main roster.
Well, it's the main audience attraction, right? Like,
Yeah. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying, like, it's. I think that maybe she feels like she's got to try everything to get over. I don't know. It's interesting. I think her look in general is just. It's so different. It's so different, and it's her own look, and no one's gonna come in looking like that. And I really think she's someone they can build the company around a little bit in terms of one of the faces of the company.
Well, and that's we talk about looks, like even doubling back to last night with Sasha and Bianca, and I will rant about that match forever because it was that fucking good. Like, it was the first time, and I hate the race or like gender thing, but it was the first time, like, yep, we got our golden star. Like, Sasha Banks is that black woman that did it. Nope. And then we got Bianca, who did the exact same thing, and it was a crowning achievement of like carrying it on. Like, you can do that. There isn't one. There's multiple. Like, we're gonna carry it on. And
Yeah,
story, like it's not a story. Like it's reality. Like, just be who you are and go fucking get what you want.
no, absolutely. I think that Sasha Banks and Charlotte Flair are the two best women's wrestlers in the history of the business. I know that a lot of people feel passionately one way or the other about it. For me, I oscillate on my opinion, kind of just based on whoever's hotter at the moment. It feels like, but Sasha's a better worker, 100%, like 1,000,000%. And I think Charlotte's a little better in terms of promos and in terms of character work. But I probably value in ring a little more, so I would probably give the nod to Sasha. Phillies win, hell yeah. I would probably give the nod to Sasha, but I really do think Charlotte's right there too.
I mean, Charlotte probably gets a lot of things genetically.
Yeah.
But there's no wrong answer to the question. Like, there's nothing wrong with Charlotte in ring or anything about her, but I just feel like Sasha is that good.
Absolutely.
Like, even Charlotte's taking time off, Becky's taking time off, everybody's taking time off. Bayley's got slidden. Nope, it's always Sasha. Everything always revolves around Sasha because Sasha's the best of that bunch. And
yeah,
I will pray that we get Sasha Banks versus Trish Stratus at some point in time.
You think Trish has still got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The match that she had with Charlotte.
It was good.
But it was in Canada, right?
Mm-hmm. It was good. It wasn't like tear down the house good or anything, but Sasha would do a better job with it than Charlotte did, 100%, I think. But so it's actually funny. Sasha's probably like, in terms of who I root for and like how I feel about them personally, weirdly enough, Sasha's probably like my least favorite of the four horsewomen because I've always been a huge. Actually, no, Charlotte's probably my least favorite, but Bayley and Becky are my favorite of the four because that, like, Becky is like kind of like that Daniel Bryan figure for me because I pulled for her through those years on the main roster where she wasn't getting shit, and I thought she was great. I always loved her. And then the big thing that I don't know if my girlfriend would be as willing to put up with my wrestling addiction if it wasn't for Becky Lynch. Like, when we first got together, she like fell in love with the Becky Lynch storyline and getting beat up in the face and having to leave and watching like the WWE Chronicle, how she couldn't wrestle Ronda at Survivor Series. That made her like fall in love with Becky. And then we went to WrestleMania and saw Becky win the title. So Becky Lynch holds like a special spot for me as a wrestling fan. And then Bayley's I think Bayley, in terms of the I don't think Bayley's a great worker. I really don't. I think she's a little clunky. She's not that athletic, but having said all that, I think her non-wrestling segments are some of the best in the company. Like, I think Ding Dong Hello, I think her babyface stuff is fantastic. Her heel stuff is even better. Bayley is part of the reason why Sasha Banks means so much now because of having that belt for 2 years and then Sasha being the one to take it. I love all the four horsewomen. I almost feel like I treat the other women like Asuka and some of them unfairly because of how much I love all of their stories as the four horsewomen a little bit, but I think they're all just fantastic.
I don't have a lot of arguments. I'm kind of on the opposite end of the argument, though, with, Charlotte and Sasha. Like, I'm always the one that's going to be in-ring worker, first and foremost, and I feel like Sasha is that above and beyond. And look at what Charlotte's done with accomplishments, and it's not about anything other than she's kind of outperformed her dad at this point. Not taking anything away from it, but look at what she's done in this environment. But at the same time, he's kind of taking a back seat to Sasha. I feel like Sasha's entirely in the driver's seat of everything going on. Like, they're kind of taking away. Charlotte's thing, whatever it may be. I don't know what we read on the internet with Andrade or COVID. It's fine. Do your thing. Becky having a kid, good. Be a mother first and foremost, family first always. But Sasha's always at the forefront of every single conversation.
To be fair, I'm not arguing against Sasha because I love her. She did do a little bit of the I'm upset that I had the job of the Iconics and I'm gonna leave for 6 to 7 months thing. But I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that she did do that.
Well, from somebody that can go in the ring, like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna vent about I can go in the ring and I'm gonna go away and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna show you that I can go in the ring and we're gonna take it to another level, and that's what she did. But the Iconic, great, I love.
Yeah, that's the only reason I get a little upset with Sasha is because my girlfriend makes fun of me about it. I am the biggest Iconics mark ever. Like, I think they are so damn good. I think Billie Kay is hilarious. I think
You
gotta be joking me. Those two kill me. Like they are hilarious to me. And I think Peyton Royce's talking smack promo from like a month ago or whenever that was, about getting opportunities. That was excellent. I thought she's great. I think she should be a legitimate women's title contender, Peyton Royce, but it seems like they're just never going to level her up. I don't really even know how you would at this point. If you were going to, it would have been after you stupidly broke up the Iconics for no reason.
No, I feel like there's got to be a triumphant comeback and reunion of those two.
Why? It could have happened last night. Billie Kay was looking for a partner. Peyton Royce isn't on the card.
I know. I feel like she's probably penalized because she's married to Sean Spears and he's real bad at everything.
Yeah, he's a mess. He's the guy who messed up Cody a while back, right, with the chair.
Yeah, and then nothing. But Billie Kay at the Rumble made the Rumble. The best part of the Rumble this year was Billie Kay.
Billie's hilarious. No, she's so funny. I was there when they won the tag belts at Mania, and I just did not see it happening, and I was like, ironically, a fan of the Iconics at that point because I knew everyone hated them, kind of. And after that was when I saw the backstage stuff and them just messing around, like, you got to be joking me and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, I was 100% right. They're the best. And then when they broke them up, I was so pissed.
Yeah, I never understood the breakup.
Yeah, I think they think Billie sucks. I think is what it comes down to, which sucks. Like, I don't get the hate. They made her such a jobber.
I mean, she might not be the best in ring, but
yeah.
You want to tune in when she's talking because it's going to be entertaining. Like the entire Women's Rumble this year again. Best part of it still.
No, I completely agree. She stole the show. I can't believe that they just threw Billie Kay with Carmella instead of having her come back with Peyton Royce.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been a better story for this Mania, like the dynamic of it. Somebody that can't find a tag partner, heading in the ring alone, slides in, 1-on-2, music hits.
Yeah.
Peyton Royce comes out. Iconic.
Iconic photos. Would have been fantastic.
They fucking win tonight. They get the straps, and we're back.
We just booked the Iconics back to the championship.
Like, wrestling isn't that hard.
I always say that. I say that all the time. It gets me so mad. But actually, something we haven't talked about yet. How did you feel about Drew McIntyre losing to Bobby last night?
So, I mean, Drew deserves everything. Everything. Was the chosen one, got cut, did his thing. Like, we all know the story. But I also feel like the professional wrestler in me that has been in the ring, to have that responsibility of, this is the first time in over a year the WWE Universe would see somebody. It's going to be Drew McIntyre. The match wasn't good, but the first thing they ever saw, the first entrance post-pandemic, was Drew McIntyre. Match was not good. I don't disagree with the decision, because if a year ago it was Drew, in 2021 it's Bobby. It was booked properly.
So I guess I'm not there on Bobby. I don't know. He just doesn't get me going. I think MVP's doing great stuff. I love MVP. I think MVP's doing great stuff. I've been pining for – I'm the only person in the world that wants MVP, Mr. Kennedy, and Carlito to come back from the mid-2000s. That's my time period right there. Those are my mid-card guys that I used to pick and push in SmackDown versus Raw 2006. But I love MVP's comeback. I think he's made a world of difference for Bobby Lashley, which just shows. I mean, WWE doesn't want to use managers. Managers can be used, and it can really make a product way better. It 100% has leveled up Bobby Lashley, and good for Bobby Lashley for getting that level up. I still just don't see him as the main eventer that they clearly do. I think Drew, you pushed him for so long, and I wasn't always in on Drew. I wasn't out, but I was always just kind of like, a little boring, just kind of the same baby face every time. And the last couple of months, just hearing him outside of wrestling, going on Brandon Walker's podcast, going on a bunch of podcasts and doing his own podcast. And I actually, going into last night, I didn't really care about that match. And then when they had the weather delay and Drew came out and cut a promo real quick, like just at Bobby Lashley, and then Lashley walked away, Drew kept cutting the promo, and I was like, I'm fired up. Like, Drew McIntyre literally like got me fired up for a match I didn't really care about going into the night. So I'm finally like invested in Drew, and then they just job him out to Bobby. And I get that they're gonna probably feud for the next couple of months, and we'll see if Drew, can get that belt back, and if they're gonna push Drew. But I really kind of think this is something where you're really cutting his legs out from under him. I think it's gonna be hard for Drew to get back to that no doubt main event babyface.
But at this point, too, like, it's Monday Night Raw, which is, for the first time, the third ring on the rung. It's Peacock, it's Fox, it's Monday Night, or USA Network, where it's Monday Night Raw. Raw is the third seat in the wagon right now. So, is it more beneficial for them to say, hey, we're opening up with Bobby, we're closing with Bianca? I mean, where does Drew fall in all this? Because he is the guy. I mean, Bobby is a guy. I mean, well, retract Drew. Roman is the guy. Roman 100% is the guy. And that's how I feel like we're going to finish this thing after seeing the Nigerian street fight or whatever that was. But it's different now. It's like it's not booking pro wrestling. It's like, what's going to be the best for business? At this point.
Yeah.
And who cares? We got a Peacock contract. We got Fox on. You're good.
Yeah. I think that could be a negative a little bit in terms of
good wrestling content. Yes, it could. It is a huge negative.
Yeah. Asuka's missing completely on these kicks to the face. What the hell? Don't cut. Kevin Dunn should not be, or whoever the hell is shouting what camera to use right now. Kevin Dunn should not be using whatever camera angle he was using there for those Asuka kicks, because she was not coming close. So yeah, this is something like I love Brandon Walker, and he's tweeting about he's tweeting about WrestleMania. He's acting like this is like been a great night, and I just don't. I don't. He's just so positive about everything, and I think he's great for wrestling. And wrestling online needs more positivity than negativity, but sometimes you got to be willing to admit that. I don't know. I haven't loved.
It hasn't
what
been
I've
the
seen.
best night of wrestling. Like night
No.
one, the Trump night two.
Yeah, I completely agree. I didn't expect that.
I'm a big Ben Mintz guy, though. I bought a "Sup, fellas" t-shirt.
Ben Mintz is the man, dude. He's been nothing. Honestly, all those dudes have been nothing but cool to me. Ben Mintz, Brandon Walker, Rico Bosco.
No, they should be here right now, right? Like,
yeah. It's if Brandon Walker didn't have his own wrestling podcast, I would have asked him to come on. It's funny. I was supposed to have Rico. I don't know. I guess I'm allowed to say this. I was supposed to have Rico on my gambling podcast when it first started, but then Rico went on another podcast, and then Portnoy and Big Cat made fun of him for it. So I feel like he won't do anything outside of Barstool now, which is a little upsetting. But we'll see. We'll figure. I don't want to keep like asking him when it's like but. He said yes last time we talked about it.
Well, I'll tweet some winners at you, and hopefully we get this thing buzzing more than I could get buzzing with pro wrestling.
This is like the gambling stuff is like I said it at the beginning of the show. I have to take like such copious notes to come on one of those gambling shows to feel prepared and ready to go for one of those shows. For wrestling, it's like a different part of my brain that watches sports and wrestling. Like this is like my first love of like anything. Like wrestling as a kid is what got me into like more than sports. So what happened? Oh, Rhea.
All right, I know you're on delay, but we're gonna pause sports gambling to fuck yes.
How behind am I? Oh, there we go. Pump handle.
The fridge.
Let's go. Rhea Ripley, Raw Women's Champion. The future of the division. Her and Bianca Belair are both champions of their division. Bianca on SmackDown, Rhea on Raw.
There is the current. I feel like the ladies of WrestleMania have taken over the goddamn show.
Absolutely. That was fun. That was a really good match. It's the best match of the night so far. I bet you Asuka's probably happier than anybody right now. Like last night, Sasha was happier than anybody. To be the one that's like, nope, I worked so hard to make women's wrestling what it is. You're going to make it so much better. No, I'm sure Asuka takes. I don't know much about Asuka outside of the ring, but I'm sure she takes huge pride in what she was just able to do for Rhea too.
I mean, that's everybody wants that like Shawn WrestleMania 12 boyhood dream coming true, but I'll tell you, the person that works that hard and finds somebody that can get to another level and putting them over, that's what it's about.
For sure. And even our guy Shawn learned that eventually. Yeah, exactly. That's what everyone whatever. We don't have to do a whole Shawn Michaels thing, but I don't love when people
eventually put people over, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Even in the period that people want to say he wasn't putting people over, he lost his smile and stuff. He was putting people over all the time. Like he was still putting people over all the time. He lost the Razor. I mean, there's a ton of them. That's early, but
Shawn's going to Shawn always.
Exactly.
All right, so here's what I don't like. I don't like we're pushing Tuesday nights as a filler.
Yeah, I like that they're moving to Tuesday though.
And then we're flipping back to Randy and Bray.
I wonder if Finn is Finn going to stick around in NXT after losing the belt. You think?
Absolutely.
You
I have
think
no.
so?
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
I thought he might go to the main roster if they felt like they needed him up.
Yeah, I think he's just going to chill there and work with the next guy to take him to the moon.
Yeah, I'm sure he loves that.
At that point, I mean, he's what? Closer to
40 than 30.
yeah. He's in my spot, and well, at a much higher level. Yeah, he's 39. He's good. Working once a week, gonna hang out with the new wife, making buku bucks.
Yeah.
It's kind of that Randy. He's kind of like the Randy Orton of NXT, if you ask me.
I guess I was thinking more so like maybe it wouldn't be his decision. Like I was thinking if Vince and them felt like they needed him on Raw. And I'm the only thing I'm complaining about with Finn is like I'm ready to see the Demon back again. Like I don't understand why the Demon wasn't there like against Karrion Kross. I guess because he lost, but you don't want the Demon to job. I get that he never has, but I like the whole Demon gimmick. I always thought that was something cool for Finn.
But you got to keep it in reserves, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that.
If you throw the Demon out there and Karrion Kross fucking gives it to him.
But he hasn't been the Demon since Mania 35. I don't think.
He was the Demon that night in that IC title match.
Yeah, against Lashley. It's funny. I've seen him as the Demon 3 times, and he's probably only been the Demon like 10 times. Like, so I've gotten lucky and seen him like 30% of the time he's been the character. This Alexa Bliss thing was so bizarre.
I'm still a man. Anything involved with Alexa Bliss has my attention.
No, I'm in the same boat. I don't get the black tar coming out of her forehead. Yeah, I hated that. I hated this whole tune in tomorrow on Raw and find out what happened to Bray thing.
I hate the fact that Hulk Hogan's still not dressed up like a fucking pirate.
Oh, he's getting killed.
Of course he is.
Everyone out there watching on Peacock here in the United States, and everyone watching on the
Why do Hulk and Titus need to do this?
You need a filler. You need to go take a piss, get your popcorn, get your hot dog, order your wings off Uber Eats, in my case.
I can't tell you how jealous I am that it's 7:36 where you're at right now.
Oh, we got a long night ahead over here.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta go to work tomorrow. What's Bailey's coming out?
I mean, it's not that glamorous. I have a 7:30 a.m. conference call every morning with my boss. Every
Bailey's yelling at Hulk and Titus for not thanking her.
Oh, I have the Bella Twin spot, right?
Yeah.
Hosting duty, carrying on my back these past 2 nights, and I have been having to deal with all these legends, Hall of Famers, all these idiots out here, stupid Michael Cole walking all over me.
The Bailey Michael Cole thing is elite. Like, the whole vendetta against Michael Cole is so funny. Yeah, Brandon Walker said this show did not need the Bellas.
Yeah, but Bailey's having time to survive. Going and feeding everything to him.
Made a John Cena comment. Oh,
All right, let's roll out the main event, guys.
seriously. Oh, they're getting booed big time.
Yeah, we gotta have a network plug.
Bree's looking a lot better than Nikki. That's all I'll say without getting canceled.
She's doing her thing, right? Everybody's gotta have kids.
Yeah, that's fair. Bree had kids too, though. She's just looking better. But hey, Daniel Bryan's whipping her into shape. It's it is so crazy. Like it is literally insane that Daniel Bryan and Brie Bella are married. It's funny to think about. Just seems like such opposite people.
Hey, he's happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he's very happy.
This superfan doc that's coming, like you'll have it in like 10 seconds, but
Do you want to, for the main event, you want to pause for like 5 seconds real quick so we can get back on track a little?
absolutely. You want me to do it at the first entrance?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
But this Frank superfan thing.
Is it Frank the Clown or whatever?
It's the guy that was in the tank top, like that's rowdy in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Oh.
Is it Vlad or Frank?
I think it's Vlad. Backlash May 16th. That's what? Fucking month away. It is main event time. Roman Reigns, Edge, and Daniel Bryan, a triple threat for the Universal Championship. I'm hoping the best match of the night. I don't think it has that high of a bar to clear.
What do you do in a triple threat match at this point? Like 2 heels, 1 babies. If DB isn't going over.
I have faith in these guys to figure it out, though, if anyone's going to.
I feel like Roman's going to walk away with the belt, and we're going to have an Edge and Daniel Bryan story carrying on after Mania.
I'm fine with that for sure. I love that Edge is back to where we need him as a heel psycho, crazy old man looking Edge with crow's feet. I love it. He's the best. Edge is so good, but for him to be like fully Edge, he's got to be that heel.
I agree. I have said Edge is the best Canadian professional wrestler of all time, but the fans like to have their opinions.
It's closer. It's close. It's really close.
I mean, there's no shade thrown at Bret Hart saying that statement.
No, it's really close for me. I would go Bret, but it's really close. I'll never forget when they cut away from Edge's first goddamn spear back on Ziggler. When they completely cut away on the live version of the Rumble and his comeback last year.
God, what was it? Rumble 2010, Edge and Ziggler at the opener?
Yeah.
So good.
So good. Also, I'm fully fine with Daniel Bryan if they just want to like break glass in case of emergency here and they feel like Daniel Bryan has to and kill something that I really like the Roman Bryan match from there we go. Damn, my Wi-Fi was doing so damn good for like 2 hours there. I think we're better now. Yeah, I think that Daniel Bryan, it's like the whole psychology of the booking of what you think is going to happen depends on why you think Daniel Bryan was injected into the match. And was he injected so Roman didn't have to take a pin, but Edge could win the belt? Or was he injected because they didn't want Edge to take the pin, or because they want Daniel Bryan to have a moment? I don't think it'll be that, but I think that they at least interjected some interest in the match, and it doesn't feel like a foregone conclusion.
No, I feel like Edge is going to have Roman set up for Edge to go over, and DB is going to spite that or do his run-in or whatever, and they're going to have their conflict. Roman's going to fuck them both up. Roman goes over. Those two have their story carrying on. Roman keeps the belt.
I also feel like it could be like Edge has Bryan dead to rights, and Roman does like nothing except just like throws Edge off of Bryan, gives him like a dirty look, and then just pins Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, I feel like they're doing too much about Edge in the retirement pre-comeback, but the days. I do. I feel like it's going to be Edge gearing up to go over. DB stops him. Roman capitalizes. Boom. Everybody's done. Roman's champ. Edge, DB have their story. Carry on. We're all going to enjoy those matches.
And then give me Roman Cesaro or Roman Big E.
Yeah, but he's got to run through people until he gets to The Rock, right?
In 2 years.
Why not?
Maybe Rock will come back for Dallas, but I really do think that it's crazy, but I think they have that LA WrestleMania earmarked for Roman Rock in 2 years.
And it's not crazy for him to hold that championship the entire
No. I'm fully on board.
You feed everybody at him.
He's the guy. I don't feed the Rock to him in 2 years. Have him keep winning. He is the guy. You're never going to put the belt on someone that means that much more than Roman Reigns means right now. I just hope. What'd you say? Oh, what? Yeah, Oh, wait. Do you want to pause real quick? Do like a 5-second pause?
Oh, yeah. TB just came out.
Yeah.
I actually can't pause.
That might be a Peacock issue. That might be true. I don't even know if mine is. No, you can't. That is bizarre. Fucking Peacock, man.
Right, keep your audio on so I know where you're at.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna turn it up a little. At this point, I was a little worried earlier. I didn't know what the rules were for these watch along things. If I could have the voice or the audio, if it was allowed to be heard, or I don't know if there's some copyright shit there.
I mean, with the streaming service, there should be a little screen in the corner that's we're all universally watching, right?
Yeah. Edge, huge pop for Edge.
Oh, Edge wearing white like Randy Orton did earlier.
I like the gear. I love the whole Edge run across the stage thing. He's the man. Top 10. I'd probably say top 10 of all time. Top 10 theme song of all time.
Edge is the best Canadian professional wrestler of all time. And I've had these debates with the Bret Hart stands, and I'll forever have them.
Oh my God, he is so cut. That is ridiculous. How old Edge? Gotta be late 40s.
Well, he's got to be closer to 50 than he is 40.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 47. A little looks ridiculous. Holy hell, Edge is 6'5".
Big gap.
That's crazy. I would not have pegged 6'5". Although I do remember Edge wrestled RVD. Must have been 06 when RVD had the belt. Yeah, when RVD had the belt, they wrestled at a pay-per-view. And Edge was like I remember Edge was way bigger than RVD, and as a kid I was like, Edge is big? Like I didn't realize Edge was like a big dude, and then until you saw him with RVD.
No, and that's like the parallels of pro wrestling, because I'm 5'10", 190 at best. So you saw the match with Little Guido where it's like, okay, well, we're parallel.
Yeah.
But you match us up against either of these cats, like we're tiny. Well, maybe not DB, but Roman, yeah.
How tall is Dan O'Brien?
He's got to be 5'10". He literally has to be my size.
5'10", yeah. I'm like Kalisto size, so I'd be looking up at Dan O'Brien. I'm 5'7", so it's funny. I don't even know. My Wi-Fi pooped out there for a second. But how tall is Ray? I gotta look that up.
I mean, Ray's got to be 5'6", rounding up. Paul Heyman.
5'6", yeah. Oh, Knicks win. There we go.
We like that.
It's funny. It looks so goddamn funny. All right, I think my Wi-Fi's back and going here. You can hear me all right?
Oh, yeah. We got you.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, you can hear me? All right, you're good. Oh, the 4K camera, the 5K camera's out.
I just at this point,
Jay Uso.
like you look at the three competitor careers, like who needs to win tonight? It's Roman. Entirely.
My Wi-Fi is absolutely letting me down in the biggest of spots here, but.
Now Daniel Bryan's involved. The same Daniel Bryan that's first. I do not know.
This is
one. It's all good.
there is nothing more frustrating to me than like Wi-Fi issues. There we go. Should be good now. I cannot emphasize how hilarious Paul Heyman in LA is.
I feel like Roman's gonna do everything, win it, and we're gonna have an Edge Daniel Bryan story carrying on.
I really the reason I'm so excited is I really can see any scenario, and I wouldn't be mad at it.
I don't know why you take that championship off Roman and place it on either. It's not.
I agree because I think you look at like Drew McIntyre, for example. If Drew McIntyre doesn't lose that belt to Randy and win it back a month later, it might have meant more that he kept that belt for that whole COVID year. I just feel like when you keep doing like the hot potato and it's like, oh, even if we take the belt off, we're just gonna give it back to him in a month, so who cares? It's like no, it matters. Just like
I mean, back to the original conversation.
you want
Mania 27 on the
these
list.
guys to. I think I'm back. I'm sorry, man. I keep shitting out here.
No, it's all good. But I put Mania 27 on the list to have a conversation about because it was Edge's last match. Like, that was emotional. That opener with Alberto Del Rio was. Yeah, Triple H can take it later. I don't know where it goes if you put that belt on anyone other than Roman. Like, probably like, yes, WrestleMania is whoever wants to answer that belt on that call. Wow, I could Maybe Rock. He does. Taker beat Rock. He beat Rock at Mania. But at this point,
he didn't. He got SummerSlam.
So he's got to beat everyone. Literally,
Yeah.
at this point. Like it just needs to be a squash, and let Edge and DB have their story because we're all going to enjoy it as wrestling fans. But got to be a build. I mean, it's got to be in Los Angeles in 2 years. We're going to get Rock and Roman. So the heel is coming out strong. We are who we are. Let's go, Roman, right?
In the lane, in the barricade. Oh, and open the range, and then go right down.
There we go. I think I'm back. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind working Edge.
2021.
himself. Edge's bottom flash just as hard. There are bodies screwed everywhere.
So taking the execution from Edge on the stairs there.
Eliminated from the equation. Medical personnel, officials have made their way out to the side to check on Jay. So there's Roman Reigns carrying his him. Ball handed looking out of the side. Bryan's down, Edge is down. Medical team checking on Jay Uso. Now Daniel Bryan climbing back into the ring. Edge just trying to make it back to his. Now Jey Uso is being hauled out of here. We're barely a few minutes into this matchup, and this already looks like a horror movie. And Corey, this is key right now. Bryan and Edge are in the ring. Roman Reigns is still down and out outside the ring. This is what going to the fight. Roman could lose the championship here if Bryan will take each other out. This is the worst.
We're getting the Edge Bryan match here right now.
Edge and Bryan now throwing hands mid-ring. This is an opportunity for Edge to point and take advantage. Bryan up in the cloud for a hold. Edge off the turnbuckle. Now, Bryan unloading with the kicks. A welcome familiar sight to the WWE Universe to the chorus of yes chants. And now up to the top rope, Daniel Bryan going to send Edge Bryan.
Oh, that was pretty sick. Daniel Bryan with the Hurricanrana into the roll up.
Right now. Edge again, covered, shoulders down, hook of the leg and a kick out.
Did Edge and Bryan work together at all at the end of Edge's career? I'm trying to think.
Because he was heated with Ziggler and Del Rio at the end.
Yeah.
Roman with Edge hung up on the top rope.
That would have been 2011. I'm trying to think. I mean, Edge was kind of a babyface too at that point, so I don't think he would have wrestled Bryan in 2010 when Bryan was like an up-and-coming babyface.
No, I just remember that Rumble match.
Yeah.
Which was awesome.
He's focusing on Edge. Daniel Bryan.
Bryan is fired up. I will say that. It does seem like he's been raring for these fans. I guess when you're someone who's like as absurdly over as Daniel Bryan has been, you probably like crave that that feeling of the fans going nuts for you.
What a babyface feeds off of.
The champion not even in the match right now. Bryan lands on his feet. Edge quickly though, trying to hit him.
Oh, that almost was ugly. Roman caught Bryan there. That was thankfully Roman saved DB there a little bit. Looks like his feet got caught on the ropes on his dive there.
Driving Roman back to the table. Now this has been brutal. Did you expect anything less? Not at all, because it's the Universal Championship.
The gold glove that Roman wears is so goddamn heelish. It's so great. I love it.
Edge now dropping Reigns in the ring. Right down goes Edge. Big clothesline. That's what Roman needed. Just a moment to propose himself and establish dominance again. Reigns marching in the WWE Universe, and now the champion's locked and loaded. The Superman watch Edge able to catch it. Edge now, back down those Reigns. I don't think Edge realizes the opportunity at hand. Now he does. How poetic could this be? You know exactly what's going through the Rated-R Superstar's mind as we look once again at this tremendous reversal. Bryan Reigns the same way Jey Uso was moments earlier. Now Edge caught this time by Reigns. The Superman punch. And Roman now demanding that Edge and the entire WWE Universe acknowledge him. Roman Reigns now, ready to go. Reigns went for the
Oh, sick reversal. Spear versus spear thing here we got going on. Oh, into each other.
And Roman still,
the spears.
and Edge just plays dead.
Yeah, broken clavicles, dislocated shoulders. That was nasty.
That does look like it probably would have fucking hurt.
The same idea.
Ooh. It actually does look like Roman took the worst. Roman took the worst of that a little bit. It looked like Edge kind of came in a little like stronger. I don't need to see Daniel Bryan doing headbutts. I'll be upfront about that. I don't need to see that ever again. Oh, two of them.
He does. He loves him.
I know he loves it. He said he would. I remember when he was first coming back. He's like, I'm not gonna be doing headbutts, and I'm not gonna. It's like, all right, like, all right, Daniel.
Well, he's got to get to his kicks, right?
Yeah. Oh my God, he's the best. These really are. I mean, I don't know how many people in the business are better than these three just as the overall package. I don't know how many there are that are better than these three guys. Which is why they're the main event of WrestleMania, I guess. But they've earned every bit of it. Roman's gonna catch him. No, yep. Kick in the head. That's not gonna get it done, Daniel.
Near fall after near fall. The tensions are palpable. Here at WrestleMania, the stakes simply don't get any.
I'll mark out like it's 2014 if there's a situation where Daniel Bryan wins the belt here. I don't care if it makes no sense. I would just be happy to see him get that moment.
What's the benefit of taking them either one of them?
I love I didn't see the logo on Roman's glove. I didn't see he had like a jump his like Jumpman logo on the glove. That's pretty sick.
Bryan has made Roman hope. It's saving the matchup for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is WrestleMania Sunday. It is our main event. This is Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay. It is Edge. It is Daniel Bryan. It is Roman Reigns in a triple threat match for the Universal Championship. It is WrestleMania Sunday, and Daniel Bryan now looking at the outside of the Edge. And Bryan now can get Edge to tap out. Will Edge tap out to Bryan? Will Bryan win the championship? Daniel Bryan fighting with everything in his being. He's going to tap. It looks like he's going to tap here. Edge may tap. Now Roman Reigns saving the matchup. Roman Reigns preserving his own championship reign is what he was doing.
Brutal elbows from Roman to Daniel Bryan here. Or hammer fists, whatever, forearms.
Destroy Daniel Bryan. And now Roman Reigns going to power Bryan up. No.
Roman power bombs Bryan on top of Edge.
And suddenly the champion has regained total control.
Roman in the driver's seat here. Kicks Daniel Bryan to the outside.
Vincent champion on the apron. Strategizing his next move.
Paul Heyman mean mugging with some fans.
the WWE Universe realizes what they are doing right now. They are making the champion angry. Roman Reigns with his sights down.
I have the captions on the bottom, and some fan said, "What's the deal, Roman?" And they used "What is the deal, Roman?" on the caption on the bottom of the screen.
Setting Daniel Bryan up. Bryan can't even stand for it. The WWE Universe simply inciting Roman Reigns, raising in the air. Bryan is up. Bryan
Oof.
is done.
Bryan takes a bump through the table off a power bomb by Roman. So that sets up a situation where Roman and Edge spear off the little stair platform that Roman had made. So this probably sets up a situation where we're getting Edge and Roman for a while. Maybe Daniel Bryan comes in and interrupts a pin.
All three competitors down, potentially out. Who wants it the most to battle wills for the Universal Championship? Right through the table, holding Daniel, leaning through the table, but as Reigns was blasting into victory at the moment, it's taking the perfect opportunity to flatten the head of the table. And now Edge trying to drag Reigns back into the ring. There are no counts to disqualifications, but still, you got to get a pinfall in the ring to win the title. And Edge now sends the champion back inside. Edge now obviously looking for. What are you looking for? Edge has multiple steel chairs in hand. And the worst of intentions in mind, no doubt about it. Edge created a chair in the ring, and Roman Reigns stops it. And now it's a tug of war for the steel chair. And Reigns swinging out of the ring. And now Roman Reigns looking for guillotine. Reigns wrapped. Oh, now Edge here. Sending Reigns into the top rope. Roman first into the top rope.
Edge going for the crossface on Roman.
Oh, you just wait. 8 more seconds.
Yeah, I'm imagining Daniel Bryan's going to interrupt this. I'd imagine. Or is he going to break out of it? Oh! What the hell? What is that? No, it's a chair.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, man. Oh, damn. Oh, I love that spot. I am such a mark for that exact spot with the one guy stopping the other guy from tapping out. Oh, he's got. This is awesome. This is a great spot. Headbutts. Oh my god. This is great. That's the moment I'll remember from this match, I think. Like that's a fun moment right there.
This is the rules of this inside Daniel Bryan.
Wings are delivered. Note. Enjoy the night. Let's pick
Hell yeah.
tomorrow. Enjoy all of this. Thank you. Please have me back. Let's talk
Of
wrestling
course.
when it matters.
Of course, man. You'll be back on. I've had such a good time going back and forth with you, man. Thank you for coming on the first ever edition of the Marking Out with Mark podcast. Enjoy those wings and enjoy the rest of this match, man.
Likewise, my friend.
Peace out, brother.
Pick all those winners tomorrow.
Hell yeah. So that leaves me all alone in my lonesome here to finish out the night. We are 4 hours and 11 minutes in to this show. I don't know if Dives was aware that he was agreeing to letting me go on for 4+ hours. when I told him about this WrestleMania watch along. Neither did I really. I thought it'd be like 3. I felt like last night's was a little bit shorter, but we are enjoying the hell out of a great match here. What has definitely been the match of the night so far. The triple threat. Bryan going at Edge. He's speared by Edge. Edge going at Roman. Roman misses. Speared by Edge on Roman. He's going for the pin. 1, 2. And Daniel Bryan pulls Lil Nate, Charles Robinson out. This is a banger. This is a banger. This has been such a good match. This is right there with Seth and Cesaro, right there with Walter Ciampa, right there with Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly. This is why we watch wrestling, folks. This is fun. The WrestleMania main event, the Universal title on the line. Who is going to win? Who is going to be the Universal Champion after WrestleMania going into the first SmackDown? My throat is killing me from talking. Way too much talking for Mark tonight. So, hoping we can finish this up soon. Holy hell.
Bryan and Reigns are down, and a dangerous Edge is in control. And now I'm looking at Reigns, and Bryan, and Reigns, and Bryan.
Edge getting that crazy look in his eyes, beating Daniel Bryan and Roman with the chair. And he's setting Daniel Bryan up for Concerto.
Oh my God, no. Daniel Bryan and now Roman Reigns with steel chairs placed under their skulls. One can only imagine. We got Concertos headed our way. We don't have to imagine. We know what Edge is capable of. Edge has made a career out of doing this.
Edge setting up the Concerto for Roman and Daniel Bryan. What's going to happen? And he Concertos Daniel Bryan. And Jey Uso breaks into the ring. Jey Uso is now taking care of Edge with a spear. Oh! Edge spears Jey Uso.
The right-hand man once again paying dividends to the head of the table. Now Jey.
Roman stirring in the corner, getting ready for a spear. Spear from Roman Reigns. Is that the end?
Edge's dreams may have been dashed. Bryan has not moved since the Concerto.
Roman is looking to Edge now. Maybe Roman's going to set up a Concerto.
With his own brutality in mind.
Roman going for a Concerto, and he gets it.
And Reigns drives Edge on top of Daniel Bryan. Caught by Reigns.
Roman Reigns pins Edge and Daniel Bryan at the same time to retain the Universal Championship, and that is the right call right there. That was a fantastic match. Roman moves forward as the Universal Champion, and I would stay to see the aftermath, folks, but it has been too long without eating and without hitting the head. So let me plug at Mark Henry Jr. _ at the Painted Lines. Subscribe to the Painted Lines on YouTube and Twitch. Follow at Marking Out Pod on Twitter. There will be more content coming from there. Thank you for joining us, guys. Thank you for being a part of the Marking Out Pod clip and Marking Out Universe. Hope to come up with a name for that. So thank you for joining, folks, and enjoy the Mania.